You have your mics kind of into the center. Make sure this is always on. You'll have just two magic. Make sure this one's always checked on. Audio should on. You'll hear you have levels, checks, level 2. So this is what's being recorded. So your levels. And then
welcome everybody.
A little bit. Not too much. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna test a couple mics. You guys tell me if they work. All right, how's this one work? Does this one sound okay? You guys hear me? Oh, what about this one? Does this one sound okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Sounds good on both of them. And this one, and this one. All right, I'm going to see if I can get them to wear these things.
This is
If I can get them to wear the mics, then we'll be doing all right.
This is the camera.
Yep.
Don't get your head in the way.
Stop. Stay in front of it. They're going to get it for you.
Get a chair. Get a flight chair.
You going up?
Yeah, I guess so. You ready?
Wear that for me?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I got it. Professional and everything.
Here, let me leave this over here. Hide that for me.
I'm going to give him a different chair. I like this chair.
Oh,
What do you want?
The one that Margie's on.
You want this one?
Yeah.
You can have it.
Get it, guys. Okay, you can have this one.
No.
I like my microphone, man. Are we sitting here together?
Yeah, that's
No.
not the
Come on, man.
Yeah, well, we could.
We could snuggle.
Another time.
Next time.
No.
Next time. I thought we were snuggling, man. I was all excited.
Oh, it's like an old single chair.
Oh,
A little heavy, I think.
You don't have to. Yeah.
there you go, Cindy.
All right, I like this.
Merry Christmas.
Am I just holding it?
Yeah, I don't need it, I don't think. Nah. No way. Say what? What?
Toxic masculinity.
Ah, toxic. Toxic, man.
Toxic masculinity.
Toxic.
Test.
Test. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. Testing. You like that? It's Travis, right? Well, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Got a spotlight too. Yeah.
The cat in the MAGA hat. I love that one. That's great right there. What do you think, Travis? Everybody hear me? Yeah, there we go.
Just waiting for them to join.
That pretty?
That's beautiful. I can still see
There's
people.
some lights on you, Dave. We can see you, man.
Really nice place you got here. I tell you what, this is something else. This is great. I love it.
It has a crazy effect on a lot of people. I got to tell you. They come in here.
That's great.
I love it. These guys are coming on too.
Oh, yeah.
David Summerall started Stop the Hate in 1992. Anybody remember 92? Some of you weren't even born. But the LA riot started after a police brutal beating Rodney King, right?
That's right.
If anybody remembers, it was April 29th, 1992. There was a riot in the street. Tell me, where were you? You was home watching your TV while I was participating in some anarchy. That's what it was in Los Angeles at the time. And they painted a picture that wasn't true. David Summerall brought the truth out with Stop Hate. And because of it, they hate him.
Yes. Yes.
I don't hate him. How we doing, Cowboy?
Give me 1 sec, all right?
The producer?
All right, I can't put it on Cowboy Logic, but
There they are.
Looky there.
that's
That
loud.
doesn't sound good.
Bring on the thunder. I hear it.
I see, but I.
You can't.
Modulated.
Can you hear me?
All right, we're getting echo. Yeah, that's coming from their side.
That'd be perfect.
Working on it.
Sounds like we're driving like 60 miles an hour on the road with the windows open.
All right, I'm gonna call Travis.
They look great.
They always look great, man.
Great.
They clean up good, don't they?
I see you somewhere.
Yeah, I see y'all too. I just don't know where your camera is.
Ask Richie if they sound any better.
Oh,
Do they sound any better?
Work on the audio here, guys.
Okay, hang loose.
who's that carrying the weapon mask? There you go.
Yeah.
Gotta do your,
Oh yeah.
Texas.
I hear it too. Something, that sound, that background, that
The Cowboy Logic sign.
the humming.
Alright.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that better for y'all?
I can't hear you.
I did this. It's all me. Cindy, I did it again. I need a hands-free so I don't touch anything. Does this chair make me look fat? I'm just saying, I'm just asking for a friend. I'm just. I know, where'd my hair go? It doesn't show up on the screen. I don't know what happened, man. Where's my wig, Joe? You said I get a wig. I need the shield and the sword and the long Thor wig. That'd be good, man. Captain J6.
Okay. The modulation is fixed, but we're still getting the echo. All right.
They're getting it together, guys. Just give them just a moment.
So that's that one right there. That's cool. Oh, you're the man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
So if you guys could just hang on 2 or 3 minutes.
Give him just a few minutes, guys.
Give me 1 minute.
Working on it.
We'll give you 2 minutes, man. Test. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. Pretty good sound, Dave. We'll give you 2 minutes, man. Does that work good? You good?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay. Test. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. Wow, they will boot you off in 5 minutes for this.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Am I going to get spanned?
I'm gonna get you kicked. I'm gonna get you kicked to the curb. Will not be the first time. I was on a guy's show one time, and we were talking about censorship. Can y'all hear that? It's not even on, is it? Everybody here? So I was on a show and I was with the guy, and he said that his show was censor proof. And within about 4 hours, his video on YouTube was down.
That's about right.
I enjoyed that. Talking about censorship. Can y'all hear that? It's not even on, is it? Everybody here? So, on a show when I was with the guy.
Audio, technical, all kinds of stuff.
And within about 4 hours, his video on YouTube
You know,
was
stuff
down.
that kind of messes up. But what we're trying to do here today is something that we're not really seeing much of. We're not state-run media. We're not
Yep.
controlling.
Check. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Talk.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Alphabet soup. FBI, CIA, ABC, CBS. Can y'all hear me, Don?
Yeah, it's very faint.
The crowd, the audience can't hear this though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to separate.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
I'm just trying to talk loud.
I can do that.
Yeah. There's a megaphone.
As long as y'all can hear me, y'all are good, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can, man. I can see you too. You look pretty in that red, Don. I'm just saying.
Thanks. Thanks, Dave.
All right, so just give me 1 minute. Unfiltered.
Turn it off.
Hello, everybody in the warehouse.
Hey, Donna! Hey, Don! Don and Don, Cowboy Logic. Where's my cowboy hat?
Warriors.
Where's my cowboy hat, honey?
Where's my cowboy hat? He needs a cowboy hat. He's from Texas. Why do we have a cowboy hat?
It's something
You know I got a...
Put a nice soft beaver on his head.
I don't know what that means, but
I'm not sure if that's a Gator Bull joke, right?
Cowboy hat.
You know, it's made of beaver skin.
You don't know that.
oh yeah, I knew that. I knew that.
Yeah, right.
Hey, man, everything goes better when a beaver's on top of it.
Yeah, joke.
I don't know where this show went, but I like it.
Cowboy Logic.
It's a rad joke.
Wait till Donna touches my beaver here in a minute.
Oh my goodness, Don, be careful over there.
Feel the beaver, Donna.
I do that every show. I stroke this beaver.
Well, it was good to see y'all.
Hey, this show's not regulated by the FCC.
Not at all, from what I understand.
All right. See, there you go.
Cowboy Logic Pencil at cowboylogiclaser.com.
I love it. I love it. It's good to see you guys.
We just had 2,500 Cowboy Logic carpenter pencils to a rodeo out in Utah that's promoting the J6.
Oh, I love to hear that. Yay, team. Good job. Man, I love that.
Yeah. Ron made 2,500 of them setting up there. They got hashtag justice for J6 on.
Yes, sir.
2023 Daggett Heritage PRCA Rodeo and Celebration in Manila, Utah.
Very cool.
Early September.
Very
And
good.
all of the proceeds from that went to Mickey Whitehall.
Oh, yes. Yes. For Ashley. I love it.
Wow.
I love that.
That's it.
Good job.
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely.
Lots of commercials people got when they
Help pay for the
play.
Eagles nest.
I love that, man. I tell you what, we need to be rallying behind the people that are out there in the streets, folks. That's what it's all about. Amen.
Hey, if you can send Dave's audio to us a little hotter, that would be huge.
A little hotter. I'll eat the mic anyway, but sorry if you're having to strain to hear me.
I'll bring it up on my end as well.
While we're here, Cowboy Logic. Beef jerky.
It's going to be,
Hopefully maybe it come back soon.
it is, and it's going to be pre-ordered coming up soon.
Yep. David Zero will be before we get into this next, This is in quite a while, we've got a bazillion packs, which we totally appreciate.
That's great. Yeah, y'all need to send me a little sample of that so I can tell people about it, right?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Listen back with Ron when he comes to visit.
There you go.
We'll send you some beaver jerky.
Easy. There we go again. I don't know. I have this effect on people. I don't know what it is.
I can't believe you're from Texas and you don't know how to say
Dave brings out the
that.
beaver and all of this.
Oh my gosh. It's a
I
gift.
had an excuse, I'm from New Jersey, so Don taught me all about that, but if you're from Texas, you're supposed to know how to make that.
My mind went straight to Buc-ee's. I'm sorry.
I think your mind went elsewhere.
It may have. It probably did.
Speaking of Buc-ee's, we're still using for the jerky, we're using Patrick Robinette out of North Carolina that grass-fed beef he's got. But the people that are actually processing and packaging up the Cowboy Logic beef jerky are the same people that do all the Buc-ee's beef jerky.
Wow. That's pretty good to know. Good to know. Good to know.
You ready to rock here?
What do y'all think?
So we're just gonna talk about a beaver all
Let's, yeah, no more beaver talk now. Leave that where it was. We're good.
Waiting on something? Waiting on something here?
No, we're good now.
We need supplemental sound is what it is.
I think we're
Can
ready.
you handle two mics at once?
Yeah.
And you got the house mic here behind you.
Yeah. You got it. There you go. No, just kidding.
Next question? Or is that stereo?
No, you can't. Do it.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
You gotta talk loud.
We're in a delay.
Not gonna work. That's cool. Is there a delay? Delay?
Well, it's
Delay?
the house. It's the house.
It's, yeah, it's a house over there for here.
Gotcha.
Understandable, because it's a warehouse.
You wouldn't know that if you were here right now. It doesn't look like a warehouse. It looks like a museum. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool to me.
Yeah, it does. It does. It does. It's amazing.
Rock and roll.
While we're promoting things, let's do this.
Honey.
Tim Rivers.
She's got all kinds of stuff on her desk.
Tim Rivers, American Gulag Chronicles, put a ton of work into this, folks. Lots of artwork from the Gulag. And I'll tell you, some of these guys are pretty darn good. Many of them look like they went to Catholic school because they actually can write cursive very neatly. But,
Yeah.
this is a labor of love. It really is.
All right, how are we starting this off, Big Benny?
We got Cowboy Logic, Dave Summerall, first segment, 15 minutes, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And welcome.
Hey, hey.
Yes. Yes.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, welcome to the America First Warehouse, right? Yeah. And we have our good friends here, Cowboy Logic, Donna and Don. How's it going, y'all?
How you doing, brother?
We are doing just fine. It's so great to see you, Mr. Summerall.
Absolutely good to see y'all.
Southgate.com.
Absolutely good to
Hey,
see y'all.
listen, I've got some updates. Dave, you probably are aware of a lot of this. But there have been a few of our beloved J6ers in the DC gulag that moved out recently. Also, we've been tracking where those that moved a few weeks ago are. And unless you've got something else to start off with, Dave, you want an update on these?
Take it, man. Take it. Tell everybody what's going on.
Okay. Yesterday, Peter Stager, Kyle Fitzsimons, and Jessica Watkins were moved out of DC into the BOP system from the jail system.
Bureau of Prisons.
And Jessica right now is in Oklahoma. Kyle and Stager, Kyle Fitzsimons and Peter Stager are up in the Philadelphia, the downtown facility where Lego Man is at and where Kelly Meggs is at. Kelly Meggs is being told he's going to be moved within a week or two. He's been up in Philadelphia for about a month, maybe 3 weeks. Kenny Harrelson was moved into a deplorable facility in Hopewell, Virginia, initially, Petersburg Correctional Institute. He spent 192 hours without being able to speak to his wife. Locked down, from what I'm hearing, in Petersburg, nonstop. He was there for about a week, and then he was moved to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, which, believe it or not, it's reported that the food there is even worse than in DC.
It could be worse.
Barry Rainey Bees was moved to Petersburg as well for a transition stop point. He was there for a few days, said it was god awful, sent me a message on the Bureau of Prisons Correlate system that basically was saying that it was awful in there. He was actually afraid for his own safety, and throughout the night, he listened to a man be raped continually. He's been moved out of Petersburg and now is in Tallahassee, Florida, and is waiting to go to, from what I understand, Miami next. That's basically an update. Bart Shively gets out on, it appears to be Friday.
So some good news there, but Bart has Camp Lejeune cancer. And, the judge basically said you're not gonna die in my watch. I mean, so he's gonna be out this Friday. For better or worse, we believe he's in remission now at least, but it took a while before he got any kind of help while he was in DC gulag. But at least he'll be out, and hopefully within the week, he'll be a free man. He has his job back. He's going to be back up in Pennsylvania, and that's some good news for once.
Well, I appreciate that update. That is some hard information, I think, when people understand, the reality of what these people are suffering in prison. And these are innocent people. And I think Corey Griffin probably said it best, when he said, there's nothing like being punished for something you didn't do. And yet this is the same prison. We've got one lady that's going to prison for misdemeanors, but they're putting her in a medium security facility. That's with some bad people. She should be in the Martha Stewart facility. You know what I'm saying? And this is the extra pound of flesh, I think, that we're seeing this Department of Justice get out of these folks.
What, tell us about your StopHate.com. You've come out with some great movies, Bloody Hill. But you've got a new movie coming out around 9/11, ironically, that's going to give a much better timeline of the whole thing.
Well, I believe so, Donna. And this is one of those not heavily edited. It's just the video evidence, and what we're trying to do is let people decide for themselves. You're going to see a lot of body cam footage. You're going to hear what the police were actually saying to each other. You're going to see a different perspective than anybody in the media has shown you. And if you've ever seen any of our work at StopHate.com, you spend 5 minutes there and you've learned more than you learned for 2.5 years from the mainstream media. So it's like we've always said, you know, the fairy tale that they tell or the reality-based, you know, story that we have to tell, it's backed up with video and witnesses. It's a big difference. But I believe this next film will be more of a game changer in the fact that we've had a lot more time to collect video, for one. And all these videos that have been through the court are now public, for one. So there's a lot of stuff that nobody's been, you know, able to really digest. And I always use the phrase to be properly outraged, but I think there needs to be some introspection going on here. Why didn't I support earlier? Why didn't I get involved? Why didn't I write letters? Because as I've said from day one, as someone who has access to the government footage, this is stuff I see, guys, and these prisoners' stories that they tell match what the video shows. They're not lying.
Yeah.
And I think that's the real heartbreaker for folks when they've been sold this bill of goods for so long and they wouldn't get involved and they wouldn't support, and people are dying. We've had a dozen suicides surrounding J6, a dozen suicides. Who knew that there had been a dozen suicides with people that are involved with J6, like 3 of us that work on it? So that's the disconnect from the public. And I hope this film now, it doesn't get into all that because there's just not enough time. But I do believe that this will share more of that information, shed more light on the deaths of that day, especially. I believe that we've been, you know, really shorted on the information around the people that died that day, intentionally as well, to get their press release or their media, you know, story across, and they did what they did. But you can't stop the truth, and you can't stop what's coming.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, let me ask you this. A lot of our J6s have expressed, I think excitement is the wrong word, hope is the word. A lot of hope, given the fact that President Trump was indicted in D.C. under some of the same charges that some of these other folks, the 1512C and the 1512K. They're excited or hopeful that because it's Trump, because he's got lawyers that are power lawyers that are going to certainly work in his best interest, and the fact that everything that comes out of that courtroom every second of every day is going to be in the news, that they're hoping that there's going to be some light shed on their cases where things were either squelched, manipulated with evidence, and tampered with the evidence, suppressing evidence, withholding discovery, things like that. They're feeling pretty up about it. What's your thought on the effect, the Trump effect on the J6s?
Well, you know, on one hand, it's something we've been hopeful for a long time. We've wanted Trump to get more involved, and hey, now he's more involved. So welcome to the family, President Trump. You're now an official J6er for one. So, you know.
So, but the whole the sham committee.
Yes.
2 years of discovering nothing, and then they destroyed what little they did find, which was nothing.
But you know, Donna, you and Don have helped expose so much of this. You brought the song from inside the prison that they sing every night. You were one of the first people to play that. You've helped with the prisoners' stories. You've helped with the evidence. You know different stories than the public gets. So that hope that you talk about with Trump getting in trouble, you know, we're hopeful that he doesn't have the same response from the courts, that they censor the information, that they don't let the video play in court, that they don't let the discovery of the witnesses. These are the same things that it's the same judge that half of our guys had, you know? And take, for instance, Derek Kennison. You know, his trial was that day. And they bumped him back 30 days to let someone, you're going to delay justice for these people and push it further. He's been waiting 2.5 years. So, you know, there's of course the hope that it helps expose things. There's also the possibility of the detriment of dragging everyone down with him if they don't let the real story get out that they've done to control it for 2.5 years. So, you know, it's a catch-22. I know that Trump's attorneys, you know, we've worked with a lot of people on the team. They have the information that we have, a lot of it. I'm sure they need a refresher. It's been a while. But, you know, we were kind of upset with Trump for not being more proactive in the first place. And maybe he knew this was coming the whole time. And maybe that's part of the thing. And maybe that's part of the exposure with the bad guys. So everybody says, okay, well, we wouldn't have known all these things if it wasn't for going through it. But, you know, on the J6ers' behalf, these people didn't sign up for that. Now, they're in it. They didn't go to D.C. and say, I'm going to be a hero. They went to have their grievances heard. They went to express themselves. And just like Trump said, go down and peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. And now we're in this situation that people wonder more if the country is recoverable. Can we save the relationship with the other side? Those are things that worry me, because this political pendulum is going to swing the other way, right? Do we hunt BLM? Do we hunt Antifa? Do we hunt all these people next like they've hunted us? They literally have sedition hunters that hunts J6ers. When Trump is back in power, yeah.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but from what I gather, sedition hunters is actually government contractors. They're paid by the government.
Absolutely. The way that works.
So why isn't that defunded?
But it should be.
Why isn't any of this defunded? Where are the Brady violations? Where's the exculpatory evidence that's been withheld? If we had constitutional lawyers and judges, this would have never gotten this far. It all would have been thrown out.
No, I totally agree.
That's what's so frustrating.
And it's system-wide. That's what is on expose here for all you people to see. This is what other communities have suffered for decades. They stack charges up to here. You're going to take a plea. You don't want to spend the rest of your life. You're young. You got kids. You got things. This is the same thing we're seeing, is it not? They're stacking all these incredible charges. And here's the thing that people don't understand. Most of these guys were charged initially right after January 6th. But guess what? The government didn't even have their database together till September, till August, till later. And they told these guys, look, sign off on your speedy trial rights. It's in your best interest. And now they've been drug out 2.5 years because they can't get to trial. They can't get a court date. They can't get bond or bail. They can't do anything. They're considered a flight risk. They don't own an airplane. They can't just take off. They can't afford a plane ticket. They're not a flight risk and they're not a danger. I mean, seriously.
But seriously, the thing is, everything that we have been told,
yes.
Even Ryan Samsel, these people that are around Ray Epps, around Roseanne Boylan, around the people that died, Ashley Babbitt, and Kevin Greasom, and in a lesser degree, Benjamin Phillips and Kevin Greasom. But most of the people that were in these key areas are the ones that are really being targeted. Ryan Samsel is languishing up in Brooklyn. He doesn't even know if he's got a court date yet. He's been beaten repeatedly. His one horrible thing he did was he worked out at Attila's gym that went against the COVID lockdown in New Jersey.
That's right.
And again, he doesn't even know when he's got a trial date yet. And he's been there for 2.5 years. Well, and targeted because he was right next to Ray Epps.
And that's the beautiful thing. If you take the key witnesses, let's take about the Roseanne Boylan at the West Tunnel. Tommy Tatum was right next to her when she passed away, along with a lot of other guys that are sitting right now in prison because they witnessed that, because they don't want that in trial yet. They're kicking those trials like Jake Lang. They've kicking him down the road so far because they don't want that in the public. They're trying to get their pound of flesh, get more plea deals, get more people to submit, get the knee off their neck. It's been a long time. People are broke. People are tired. They're exhausted. Their families, their neighborhoods, their churches, their schools, everybody's turned on them and said, guys, if you were telling the truth, it'd be over by now. And I'm sure that the guys that are in jail are just serving their sentences. No, they haven't had their trial yet. Where is the outrage?
You've got a guy like Billy Preston who a couple of weeks ago was at 31 months.
Yeah.
He has no 111A or B, no violent charges whatsoever. All of the video footage that I've been able to scour, where I can see Billy Preston's face, he's basically doing two things. He's either jaw jabbing, talking to a cop,
Yeah.
or standing there looking around at what's going on. But he's going on 31 months, and he's barely set foot in he has no trial date.
Yeah.
And hasn't been in a courtroom for a hearing in who knows how long. I don't understand that when he is a veteran, he has no criminal history, and he has no violent charges whatsoever. It's appalling, man.
Jeremy Brown, same way.
Yeah.
7.5 years, because he taped them trying to recruit him prior to Election Day in January 6th. And that's his crime right there, and he's in Tampa. And he's still got, I believe, over 7 years. Of course, he's going to now appeal, but all this takes money.
Yes, it does.
You've got people who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers that later on say, well, I guess you want to get somebody else to do the appeal, huh?
Oh, it's a terrible situation for these guys. It is terrible. And the fundraising, until what, a month and a half ago, you know, we're still trying to struggle through the public and say, hey, we deserve help. We're good guys. We're innocent. And finally, Trump gets on CNN, a couple months ago or whatever, and says, these are great people and they're being treated like hell. Where are the floodgates? You know, where is the public to say, oh, I just now heard that he said these are great people and they're being treated horribly. So the support has not happened yet. We saw what happened with Flynn. It's basically the same situation, you know, and we've been used, J6ers have been used as the fuel for the fire, basically. And hey, if that's an expose, I'm all for it. Let's get it over with, though, and get these people free, because the suffering is real. It's totally unnecessary. That's what I don't think the American people, when I say properly outraged, I'm not saying go get violent, go break down walls, go release people, but I'm saying enough is enough, and we have to figure out what that looks like, because we can't continue this. Who's going to trust the next election from either side? Either side. I mean, if we win, they're going to blow things up. If they win, we're not going to trust. Nobody's ever going to trust another election. This is all part of that scheme, the game, the long strategy that the uniparty has had. Look, Congress could go in there tomorrow and adjust that 1512. They could tighten it up and they can say, this is for documents. This is what was for Enron. This has nothing to do with people protesting. And you could free all the J6ers from that 1512 burden. But you know what? Congress doesn't work for us, do they? The Senate doesn't work for us, do they? I mean, we've had so many people, we've had relationships. Don and Donna, you both know this. We talk to them, oh, we're all gung-ho, we're going to help, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. What, you visit the jail once or twice in 2.5 years to get a media thing, and then you go about your business? It's not the hot topic anymore.
This is all they care about.
Well, why is it that Congress members can't go down every single day? It's what, a couple of blocks, and go visit these people and go talk to them. You know, they get good treatment when they get visits. So go visit them every day and make sure that they get good treatment. But they don't care enough about their constituents, because they've been sold this lie and they're on that team. And that bothers me. That's, you know, all the more reason. You know, Tarek Johnson, the black officer that was wearing the red MAGA hat. Have y'all had a chance to talk with him? With Tarek Johnson?
No, we can't find him, man.
I will connect you with him. Listen, he's a friend of mine now. We've talked several times. Now, he's on a little bit different mission. He's trying to just prove that Yolanda Pittman is the critical player, and I'm sure she is in a lot of ways. But we can't overlook the police brutality to the people. If you got your head split open or you got your teeth knocked out for standing there praying, there's no need for you to call a truce with anyone. You need justice for that. Someone acted inappropriately, got a free pass to just pummel Trump supporters, and took advantage of it. Listen, there's comments that Lila Morris made earlier the day, said, I'm going to beat the F out of those Trumpers. She went on to kill Lila Morris later. So how does that not look like premeditated? Absolutely.
And Ashley Babbitt.
Yes.
And there's no statute of limitations on murder. Okay?
No.
No murder. Killed her. Okay, so here's the thing. It'd be a little harder to prove Kevin Greason and Benjamin Phillips because they had heart conditions, but if you're shooting rubber bullets directly into the crowd, which you're not supposed to do, And now video is starting to come out. How about Officer Goodell saying he was so traumatized and he's just strutting around while they're trying to revive Roseanne Boylan.
Well,
That's finally come out.
there is no turning back. They are all in. They have doubled down. They have told their stories. They've spun their yarns, and we're about to put a match to them and burn them to the ground. There's nothing that can stop what's coming now, folks. Let me just tell you that. There is nothing that can stop the truth. That's it.
Yeah, Don has a question.
Well, I just have a suggestion. What we've noticed in a lot of the times when we've been able to speak to the public about this, and many of the people that we're speaking to in groups that conserve this, you will find outside of this bubble that we're in right here, and you ladies and gentlemen that are in the audience, when you walk out that door, you're going to find that people have heard of J6, but they don't understand J6. And it's imperative that you talk to people and educate them about what's going on. That's number one.
That's right.
You've got to get more people in too. We spoke to a GOP of over 200 and something people, 250 people last Friday night, and the vast majority of those people didn't know many of the details about J6. They've heard about the fact that Americans are in jail and that they, you know, the American gulag and all this jazz, but they didn't understand what was going on. And we didn't even delve into the atrocities that were taking place in places like Northern Neck, Alexandria, and DC, the DC jail. You have to educate them. But in order to do that, you got to educate yourself.
That's right.
And you got to go watch videos and study videos and watch shows that spend time with this.
That's right.
The next thing is this. And Dave, I know you'll agree with me on this. Outside of having their freedom back and knowing that their family and children are safe, every J6er would like nothing more than to be subpoenaed by Congress, set down in front of a committee, sworn in under oath, and asked to testify about what they know about January 6th.
That would be.
They are
Yes.
subject matter experts.
That's the truth. That is the truth. And listen,
Let them testify.
and they need to. They need to have that chance. But, you know, they're discouraged by their lawyers. They're discouraged by the judges. Don't do it. You know, they're going to be harder on you. It's going to be worse on you. And then to have the witnesses that they do bring on the prosecution's behalf blatantly lie in court, They're disproven right there in front of the judge, and the judge doesn't do anything. There's no perjury charge. We had one cop in Joseph Thomas's trial, and the cop said, Joe cut this tarp with a knife. Well, we pulled a video out that showed the cop stick a knife in the tarp and cut all the way down the cop cut the tarp, not Joe. Did the judge do anything? No. So these stories, the little things like that, details matter, but the overall big picture of what's happening, when we say, Don and Donna, that this is going to happen to everybody else, they never believe us because they say, well, we didn't go to D.C., we didn't do crazy things. And we say, but this is the testing ground. This is where they're pushing the legislation. This is where they're building the laws that are going to contain everyone else. The domestic violent extremist talk that Gary McBride's always pushed at everybody. It's true. To be a threat to persons or property. That's what they want to list everybody. If you like all this, that's right. The guy in Utah that got killed, same difference. And you know, I watched that video. It broke my heart. You can hear the guy say, just a minute. And they threw a flashbang grenade and then assassinate him. Do you think they're trying to send a message to other people? Just a little one? I mean, this whole administration. So where is enough? And what do we do? You know, and here's the deal about Tarek Johnson I was going to say a few minutes ago. He's trying to get Pittman, and that's great. And I'm all for, you know, the higher ups, because I want to start at the bottom and work my way up through every single person that's guilty of something. And that's our side or their side. But I can tell you right now, Tarek is so helpful in getting the Tucker Carlsons and the Glenn Becks, and we're trying to help each other. Not that I'm on the same mission, but we're showing that there's a crossover in that police community that they understand something's wrong. So now there's a BLM guy that wants to have a meeting. He's going around telling everybody that J6 was a travesty, a BLM guy. So we're going to have some of these meetings, and they better get the government's attention, because the people are waking up to the reality that we live in. We don't want another J6. We don't want another Tiananmen Square where our government murders people and literally blames it on the people and then puts them in prison, and then you're not allowed to talk about it. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Tiananmen Square? That's the same exact thing. And so this movie, I've been telling Tarek, you try to get your whistleblowers, you try to get your people lined up, and you try to get them to do it fast, because this next movie that comes, there's no going back. We're not going to take any prisoners. We're not going to do that. We're not going to, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to show them the same mercy that they showed us. None. That's the way it's got to be.
Well, you know, Dave, here's the problem. Everyday people just want to live their lives.
Yeah.
They got kids, and they're finding out the kids are now being pushed to transgender, do all
Sure.
kinds of, critical race theory junk in school. So that's sort of an eye-opening thing, which we never would have seen.
That's right.
In a way, Trump's, not getting elected is in a way eye-opening for so many people. But what's so bad is for 2 years, they basically propagandized the whole DC region.
Yeah.
They had billboards out there saying, if you see something, call us, because Jan 6 was an insurrection.
That's right.
It's impossible if the judges as well as the jury feel that they are victims. And this Jan 6 committee pushed that for 2 years. And then, even though they're told to preserve the records, including the doodles of any of these guys that were on that committee, they ought to be, right now, thrown in front of Congress.
How is that not a 15-12?
How was that not a 15-12?
It seems like it would be destruction of evidence, right? So, I mean, that would fall into the same.
You're told to preserve it.
Yeah, after you're told especially, but, Hillary gets away with
If
it.
they talked about it, wouldn't it be the 15-12 cut?
You would think that would be the conspiracy to do it, yes. And so it's a two-tier system, though. That doesn't apply to them. I mean, that only applies to us, right? I mean, and they can change it.
Republicans in Congress grew a pair. I'm sorry. That's really the bottom line.
Isn't that what we were talking about a minute? It's a true story. So when these congressmen and these senators, I had the very great pleasure of going to D.C. a couple months ago for a field hearing. And I think tomorrow, is tomorrow night Sarah McAbee going to be here? Is it tomorrow? Anyway, hopefully Thursday, maybe. So she is so awesome, guys. She got up there in front of this field hearing, in front of Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Paul Gosar. What's the other guy that I don't care for too much? Anyway, most of them.
Texas, Nels.
Yeah, Nels, Troy. Oh my gosh, I got stories about him.
Well, they showed up. At least they showed up.
They showed up.
Yeah, you know what?
They showed up.
Yeah.
Yes, a total setup, y'all. The reason that they did that was to try to express to the public, once again, why they can't release the video to the public. They had his whole hearing just so Marjorie Taylor Greene could point at Julie Kelly and say, I have to agree with Julie Kelly. We had Matthew Perna's aunt talk about Matthew's suicide. We don't want more suicides. So we can't release this video, or Sedition Hunters is going to make more suicides. Wait. Sedition Hunters didn't cause the other suicides. The FBI did. The DOJ did. Let's get it straight, because that's the reality. Now, the J6ers, like he said, we want every penny of that evidence released. We want nothing held back, because it's exonerating. That's the difference. And you never hear the criminals say, hey, release all the film. The criminals say, don't release the film. That kind of tells you what's going on. We're just having the issue of how do you get this through the legal system? When everybody lives in D.C., doesn't that make them a victim? They're a victim. They actually live there. So same as the judges, same as the juries. And when you go through this jury process and you have these people competing to get on the jury, they want to convict a J6er. They want to be a part of history. They want to sit there and experience that. That's where it is. It's not a jury of our peers. We're not seeing this change of venue work for anyone.
Trump's peers by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and
that's for sure. So the one thing we can hope is that Trump being involved in both cases will actually allow evidence to be seen.
Absolutely.
Evidence has never been seen for any kind of election irregularities. It's been suppressed everywhere.
Well, and it's time that he get to a court where it is public, guys. Just like you said in the beginning, Don, these cases have to be public. These other J6 cases never had that opportunity. We're not Johnny Depp. You know, we can't have our case on TV like everyone else, where the public would have seen what happened, what these judges were saying, the biased comments about I'm not letting any J6ers through here. You know, these kind of things. There was an insurrection or whatever. They can't prejudge and say all these rioters. It was a protest. You know what I'm saying? So we've seen this travesty the whole time. And I'm with you guys. You know, I really hope that Trump's team is able to do something in this system. I hope that we can get, you know, points on the board here for all the J6ers. That's my hope and my dream. I just know that the way it's gone for the last 2.5 years, it still seems like a stretch.
Dave, I don't know how much time we have here. We're watching the clock, so maybe you can let me know how much time we've got left in this. But I would like to get another question in.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Okay. Have you talked to any of the J6ers or the J6 families that are interested in filing lawsuits against either politicians or media, or labeling them insurrectionists, when not one person has been actually charged or convicted of that?
Yes, we are talking to many of them as well. We'll compare notes. There's a lot of people that want that, you know, and it's not fair for Biden and Pelosi to classify us in a different category of citizen. You're looking at a 3/5 citizen. See if this sounds familiar at some point. 3/5 of a citizen. You can't vote. You can't travel. You can't own a gun. You can't use a bank. You can't use anything electronic or computerized. You can't function in society like the rest of the people. Is that civil rights in reverse? I mean, haven't we seen this before?
Sadly,
Yeah.
Sadly, if we're going to apply the 3/5 clause
Yeah.
to the J6ers, it's not in the benefit of the J6ers like it was in the Constitution
Right.
to benefit the slaves.
Right. And that's the catch, man. I tell you, this is just one of these things that we have to keep an eye on, and really the public awareness, I think, is the most important thing. And I appreciate everything that y'all do for these people. I know that they appreciate it with their most deep gratitude for y'all. Have done a fantastic job of keeping this in front of everybody. And I know you won't stop until we get our people free. And I just appreciate all that you've done, guys, both of you. And I know that the friendships that you forged with some of these people are lifelong. And that's why I encourage other people to get involved, meet some of these people, get to know who they are. They're just like us. You know, it's like Sarah McAbee. I want to say real quick, I know we're short of time, but when she was at the field hearing, she said, hey, Gates, Green, Gosar, I want to make y'all aware of something. There's what's called 18 U.S. Code subsection 4. And I don't know if any of those guys had their brains turned on or not, but she said 18 U.S. Code subsection 4 says if you know about a felony that's recognizable by the court, you have to report it or you go to jail for 3 years. And she sat there and she said, Kevin Greason, Benjamin Phillips, Roseanne Boylan, Ashley Babbitt, you are all on notice. We need the truth of those. It's not natural causes and drug overdose. So she put them on notice. All 3 of them can go to jail if they don't start investigations, or 4 or 5, how many in the time. But that's the exciting thing, that these people are so not thinking and so not working for us that you can walk into their hearing and put them on official notice. I will laugh, and I like all of them. I hope they do a great job for us, but they're not. And if they go to jail, it'll kind of be funny. You know, if it can happen to us, it can happen to them. They're our representatives, so maybe they should have the same thing. Don, Donna, thank y'all both for coming on here today to America First Warehouse. It's been fun. It's been real fun. Thank y'all for coming. That was fun. That was really fun. We enjoyed that. Did y'all enjoy that or what? Yeah? Next time in person. In person, right? All right. That work out good for you, Joe?
Let me give you this feedback. Yeah, I mean, we definitely have some sound issues we're going to have to work out.
Oh, yeah.
All right, can I ask somebody a question?
Extra
question?
Yeah.
TV and a
I don't have
TV.
anybody in my ears other than Dave.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
I just want to know, do you want to stay logged in and keep this live just like it is until 8 o'clock? Or are you going to log back into
Tell him
it?
I'm gonna log back in.
We're gonna log back in. We got a great artist coming up here next who's gonna sing a song, The Great Awakening, the awakening of the United States, the awakening of the American people. It's a wonderful thing. If you can stay logged on, you'd be able to see it. Well, we can't do that. Hey, we love you, Cowboy Logic. We're coming back to you.
We'll see you. We'll see you before 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. God bless you. Thank you, Cowboy.
You're a man, man. I appreciate you, right? That's good stuff.
Yes. Now.
We're gonna reorganize a little bit, and we have a, what's the name of the band? The name of the band, I know that it's The Great Awakening is the song. Is it a band, or Charlie? What do we, okay, it's made by Jesus, that's what we do know. This band and this artist that you're gonna see coming up is really inspired by God, by Jesus, and by the collapse of our country. And the music that they put together is mind-blowing. So nice and so important and so great that General Flynn got a hold of it, and now they're going to be traveling with the Reawakening Tour. Why don't you just give us a few minutes, and we're going to set these guys up. All right? Have a drink, a sandwich, or I'll put some music on.
I got you. Because the mic will clear out all that background, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell him that. Hey, where's
What?
Maybe I keep them right there, where it's all lit up.
Yeah, I didn't know they were singing. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. I'm just saying, is that the better place for them?
Yeah.
For the singing? Okay.
We got singing going on. Can we get
do.
them to wear these or no?
Sure. Are you guys going to be playing to the music and going, or are you guys going to be going live?
we got a guy right there. We got the music.
Coordinated with Travis? Yeah. This gentleman does a live stream. He got a couple thousand people. If he can put his mics on, he'll be able to hear you.
How many mics do you have?
It's two.
You got two. Okay. All right. I think that'll be perfect. Yeah.
That'll be all right. All right. Yep.
Perfect. All right. Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter who was who. There's all works out the
They
same.
pick up the same thing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Awesome.
Thank you.
Brother. Yes, sir. Yes.
So, I don't know how
This is for a live stream with a couple thousand people, so you clip that to your shirt, so you can. The people who are watching live can listen.
It's gonna be the live stream that we're documenting everything here, so it'll get
Yeah, cool. Cool. Where does it go?
Just clip it on your
Anywhere?
shirt somewhere. Yeah.
It'll pick up. Just be careful because they are live. Let me pull the thing out. I can pull it out so you guys start.
Yeah, we don't mind if they hear what we say.
This time, play it through the speakers, like loud. Because last time we had it on the video, we didn't really have a lot of volume.
I mean, it's gonna be like.
Well, that was loud.
You know the
way
audio song?
it was coming through here just now was loud.
Yeah.
But I remember that night it was like low.
I don't. Yeah,
You get
yeah.
it a little
Charlie,
louder.
because I wanted them to actually hear you guys.
Yeah, but I want to hear the more of the audio a little bit down on me, you know?
Because
Sounds better. It just sounds better like that.
so that's for a live stream. You got a couple thousand people listening.
We're doing three. Usually doing your two, right?
No, we're gonna do the Great Awakening.
Yeah.
Then One Nation Under Jesus, then singing about one.
Oh, good. I want to see singing. I'm finally gonna see this.
Do we need to sync up them with videos?
You don't have to.
No, we're just gonna do audio. We're
We're
not
not
gonna
do singing the Babylon video or Great Awakening video. The
But then he's
background,
not gonna be. Then it's gonna be that audio.
You're getting the song played through the YouTube video.
Is that good or bad?
That's all I can really
Same
do
thing,
right now.
Oh, you can't play it just.
Yeah, just through YouTube. It's fine.
No, it was
Yeah,
the
so-
last time. It was very low.
It was fine. It wasn't even that. We have singing in Babylon. It's the same thing as anything else. It's the same audio. It's no different. So the Great Awakening.
Well, you just gotta turn it up. You just gotta turn it up.
Play the video.
Just louder on the
Yeah.
audio.
That's all you have to do,
Louder.
just
That's
ask for
it.
support.
Just louder. That's it. Just make it louder. That's it. Oh, you
So this is a
can't.
completely different setup than it was the other
3
night.
songs.
Okay, so it's gonna be louder.
I'm gonna tell you the 3 songs by the way.
As long as we're louder than the YouTube video, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit louder, but Charlie doesn't want the video to be too loud. And he doesn't want the audio. He
Yeah,
wants
it
the video
was.
to be a little bit louder.
Yeah,
because
to balance it out.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, yeah. Do some mic checks. And then balance things out.
Yeah. Wear this on the lapel right here.
Yep. And then after you guys do that.
Oh wait, should I take this off and wear just this underneath it? Should I wear the hoodie or
Yeah, wear the hoodie. Wear the hoodie.
not the shirt?
No, the hoodie looks good.
Should I wear the shirt though?
What shirt? What is it?
This one?
Doesn't
Jesus,
matter.
okay.
Doesn't
My
matter.
mom was like, black and blue is horrible. You can't do that.
Yeah, the red looks better.
Okay. I'll wear the red. I just wear red all the time. I wear this hoodie every
Oh,
day.
you wear red all the time.
Should I just wear the shirt?
Yeah, then just do the shirt.
Cool.
Yeah, just do the
Doesn't matter
t-shirt.
that much. My mom thinks it is. That's like 3 p.m.
So after you guys go, me and you will switch mics. Yeah. Me and you can jump up. And then
Yeah.
after me and you go, then you get in this mic. That's what we're singing Babylon.
Yeah.
But yeah, you start.
Yeah,
with-
right.
You rock us the first 2 songs.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
And I'll do the last 2. Yeah.
Sounds good.
So it's smooth transitions and all that stuff.
Right.
Praise the Lord, brothers.
Amen.
Hallelujah. Great.
Hopefully this works.
And J6, I gotta study up on that.
Yeah, it's pretty
I know a
good.
little bit, but I haven't like.
Yeah, it's all nonsense.
Yeah, I always. Yeah.
So many lies. It's just all lies. They just, they had it all infiltrated from within, and they set these people up that didn't do nothing. People died over it. They got beat over it, and people are in jail for 3 years for walking in the Capitol.
Walking in.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
They painted a picture. Right. They painted a bad picture about it. Yeah. Demonic. That's it.
I'm gonna be right back. You sit in the bathroom.
So we don't need a regular microphone. We're just using.
No, we're
this?
using regular too. Both. Hopefully this gets the vocals well.
What?
You guess we'll get the vocals well.
What?
You guess we'll get the vocals that good.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Hey Travis, we have 3 songs by the way. Do you want me to tell you all 3 of them right now? Or?
I need to figure out how I'm gonna make this work.
Got it. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. So this is gonna be on Real America's Voice.
Praise the Lord. That's good.
That's why the volume absolutely has to be up.
Right.
Now it absolutely has to be up.
Yeah. Either way, it'll be fine. Don't worry.
Right.
Even if the volume wasn't perfect, it's not going to ruin everything. You know?
Right.
But hopefully it is. It's cool that. Rosalia made it.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, check.
Where's the
You've
other
been sleeping for too long. It's a blessing.
Check.
And that's Allison. That's Allison. and That's right.
What's that?
That's Allison Anthony's girlfriend, right?
No.
That's a
That's
different Allison.
Rosalia.
No, the other girl, Allison.
No, that's Rosalia's daughter.
Check.
No, the other girl, Allison, that we met here today.
Yeah, they had nothing to do with.
That's a different
No,
Allison.
yeah.
I'm
It's
just
from the place.
Okay.
She's from here.
Okay, I figured. I just wanted to make sure. She's behind you, and so I was just like, I was gonna say because I didn't think so, but I'm just like, I don't. There's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on.
It's hard sometimes, but especially like our investors. I don't want to like not know.
Yeah, right.
And David Summerall was something else.
He is good, that guy. He was good. Did well.
Stop hate.
Stop hate.
Smart guy. He was a carpenter. Jesus was a carpenter.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's true.
Jesus
This came.
was a carpenter.
Yep.
This is actually not heaven.
Later on, I
This is
want to get a
like
little footage of Rosalie's daughter and her other daughter. She's got a little American flag with her outfit on. So at the end, I'm going to say, can't believe all the blaspheme. It feels like a bad dream. This world's going mad. Sending kids to see drag queens. And they're going to be like right next to me.
Really?
And I'll be like, sending kids to see drag queens with one on each side of me. Yeah.
Cool.
She said, oh, yeah, great.
That's good.
Everything.
I'll just get a video of you guys.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You guys have lapels and stuff. It's whatever. It's kind of funny for the music video, the little mics.
No, I'll take this off for
video?
that. Oh, for the other video.
For the performance.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, we could just do a fake performance here later on.
Right. Exactly.
Fake performance right there.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
So this is where we're doing this one. So we'll do the fake one.
Yeah, right. Okay.
It's not even all of us.
And
So I won't even record it.
State-run media,
Right,
which
you
is
don't have to
probably
record.
about
I'll record it just for
25,
fun.
30% tops of the total population.
And I told Joe.
What we gotta do is.
So we'll get Joe later in also. I want to get Joe with the flag.
We'll
have him in that one.
Yeah, right.
Listening to state-run, devil-run worshipers.
That's right.
Every second of the day, you should look for God.
Yeah.
You'll find Him. And He will get us and find the truth, and we'll get through. We listen
Right.
to each other, we go online, we use podcasts, we find people like Dave Summerall, we find people like Cowboy Logic.
Mm-hmm.
I really like Real America Voice. I think you're gonna see a lot of them in here. We need distribution. We can sit here and talk to each other. The 30 people that might be in here, we'll send out to the 10 people that we have. The people like Dave Summerall is an influencer. I brought him in here to take what we created and to spread the word, and that's what he does. And that's why I liked him. God is coming, and I'm gonna tell you, he's here every Thursday night too, by the
You want to
way.
just help
Thursday
that
night,
break
God comes into the warehouse here about 7
Yeah.
o'clock
By the way,
and listens to the pain that we all have.
What?
Every one of us
right
have
here.
pain.
It's also fake.
Now, you don't have to
What do you mean?
believe and love Jesus the way I do,
So he gets a
but
little
we all
nervous. I
know
think
that
it's a
there is
little
a
nervous,
heaven.
that's all. So I know he's got the two mics up on the stage, but then when he has to play video, we're playing.
I just want the audio to be proper. I want it loud audio, because the audio makes the performance look better. It sounds better.
So
When that's
I need to know
Right.
I need to know every single day we gotta
Yes.
get up and we gotta
Right.
be grateful for what we have.
Just as
we gotta be
less
grateful for the
clean
country
and-
that we live in,
and
because
higher
we're not
on the
trying to
audio as
fight
possible.
already. We're
So
already
he doesn't need to do a
This is
video or
where we
anything.
are. Now we have to protect.
No, absolutely not. Thank you.
God's help and God's
That'd be
support.
complicated.
I'm telling you,
Song,
it's
is that
gonna
right?
happen. I
Three.
feel it
Does he
just
know
by
which
your eyes.
three
I'm
those
gonna
are?
let roll.
Can you write it down? And
Yeah, yeah.
And I am a
Yeah.
voice in the wilderness.
Yeah, give me a pen.
here at the America First Warehouse.
Can I have a
I
bathroom
promise
before you
you,
do
Yeah,
this
go
is
for
only
it.
the beginning. We will take this country back, and we will be a great nation, and we will be a happy people. Please, Lord, amen. Peace.
Yeah, of course.
I did trade shows for 30 years. So
Oh, did
my
you?
hands are on everything hanging in this.
There you go. There you go. So this is. Oh, he's crazy, Joe. That's what, like, if you gotta look, search it, that's where you'll find it, like on, like, Spotify and whatever. And then One Nation Under Jesus, Charlie Carbone, John Andrade, and then 3 is Singing in Babylon, Brett Rayo, John Andrade. Yeah, Brett. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Me a water? Thanks.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, check.
Yeah.
Check, check.
I got no mic to hold.
No, you have a mic.
Hello. You know what's going on. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
And when we're done, we want to get a shot with you with the flag, like as we're singing, like you're on the side with the flag. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you just call us.
No, even for our video, we want you to do that too.
I guess you call us Brett Rayo and Charlie Carbone and John Andre. Kind of long, but
Yeah, that is. I'm gonna stick with John, Brett, and Charlie.
There you go.
Charlie, Brett,
There you go.
John. That's how I see it.
it's gonna be hard for people to find us though. So
Is it the Great Awakening, the song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How they would find
Yeah,
it?
that's true.
Great
Yeah.
Awakening.
Yeah.
they'll find it. They'll find it.
Just having the Great Awakening Brett or the straight
They'll
version
find
earlier.
it. Right, exactly.
Still have your lapel check?
Yeah.
The timing is perfect for this song right now. The timing is like,
Yeah, in the
because
world.
now the world is starting to wake.
Right. It's pretty crazy. God's good. He knows what he's doing.
Now I have this audio from the computer coming into here, which is to check.
That guy was good on the stage.
Yeah.
A lot of wisdom.
Yeah.
He's like trying to break it down how we beat this from the bottom up. It's the only way.
Jesus.
Now, wouldn't the audio go directly into where it's picking up from to live broadcast it from here? Where is the audio going to be transmitted from? From the microphone. But where in the audio? I wonder. Like,
Just don't worry. Don't worry about it. No, it'll just go into the mic. And then where will it come out? Some of the speakers are. Yeah, just don't worry about it. It'll be good.
You guys doing? All right, I disconnected their mics for a minute. Hopefully they'll stay on.
Slight technical, I gotta make a quick change. I'm gonna run speaker and mic. I'll be right back.
60, hope the stock keeps dropping. Doing bankroll, Disney don't support it.
We're going actually to Gracie Mansion. Everything there.
Yes.
I hate it too. I really don't want to be in a show. But it's got what they do and I think it's a six cut.
I think there was one back here. Hold on.
Hello? Not too bad. How you doing?
I know. How are you?
I know. Yeah. With what?
I didn't miss the race.
What about it? Oh, okay. Right. I don't know what good over here recommendation letter would be from me, but yeah, we can talk about it. I'm kind of. All right. I'm in Long Island. Yeah. Nikki and Nicole are there.
Hey.
Alright, yeah, we'll talk about it. Alright. Alright, working on it, guys. We're almost there. Alright. Yes, if you guys haven't, go to makehoney.com. Use promo code FREEJ6ers. We're just getting everything sorted out here. I've got their mics turned off for a moment.
It's the great awakening.
We might be able to do this without the mics.
Great awakening. Check. The gospel according to Charlie, Brett, and John. Right? That's what it is. Check. Front twos over behind is great. Check.
Check 1 2. Check check. Check check. Check check. Check check.
1 2.
Check check.
He's always doing sound checks.
Check. Check 1 2 1 2. Check.
I don't want to be in the camera.
Nope.
I'm gonna kneel when they
Oh, you're good.
Check check 1 2. Check.
Yeah, actually, I can raise mine up. Here.
Check check check.
Check, check, check. The Power Ranger. The Power Ranger.
If that's what you are, as a Power Ranger.
I would be the red, white, or blue Power Ranger.
That's what he is, a Power
Red, white,
Ranger.
and blue.
No pink, no green.
Red, white, and blue. One.
Red, white, and blue.
One power.
All right, we are here at the American First Warehouse. I am grateful to have everybody here. We've been trying to put a good show together. I appreciate everybody's patience in between. What we're doing is creating a copy. We're creating these little videos that we're going to send out and share around to all of our friends and our neighbors. When you get it, then you share it, and that's how it works. Everybody shares. That's how we do it. All right, you guys want to come up and get ready for the Great Awakening? I told you, it's a song these guys created. Totally influenced by God only. It's an amazing thing. It's a miracle. When you get fired from your job and not taking the vaccine, next thing you know, you got a #1 hit.
You might not hear yourselves that much.
But we'll hear you.
All right, let's get it on. Rick, John.
Get it on.
Praise Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
Every day.
Love that.
Glory to God.
Amen.
No, there's no button.
All day, every day.
Praise Jesus for nothing at all.
Amen. I love this song. I'm excited.
This is the great awakening. Oh, the great awakening.
It's the great awakening. They hate when people unite, trying to take away Christ while we the people just fight. No matter black or white, whether left or right, I feel the Lord's about to strike like a thief in the night. Evil right in your sight. Thought this was home of the brave. Good men do nothing now, will be the home of the slave. Just locking you down, all alone and enraged. Soldiers fought and died for this. I bet they
rolling their graves.
This is spiritual war, so be on guard with your kids. See, hope the stock keeps dropping till we
Bankrupt Disney.
don't support if it's woke. Toss it out like a frisbee. You perverted CEOs thinking nobody knows. Boycott the parks, I'm hoping nobody shows. This world got real dark, can't even trust kids show. Be on your toes, these are foes coming for your heart. You don't believe it's the mark? You better believe it's the stuff. Feels like I'm weaving through darts, this great awakening grows. Chris Sky said it best, gotta just say no. Politicians work for us, so what we say goes. When will treason be punished? Only the good Lord knows. These pedophiles are in droves, put in the highest position, thinking wicked is normal. Same mind, this is sickening. About time you should listen. Stop whining and wishing. You better get in this fight or suffer the rest of your life.
You've been sleeping for too long. Time to wake up and get strong. If you're able to respond, get off the sidelines. Turn the copy before it's gone. And by the end of this song, we're gonna play when it's still day before it's night time. Going down the rabbit hole. Somebody show me the way, cause I need to know. Searching for hope for my soul. Trying to find a better day, but this world's too cold. I used to politic, but now I find I'm done with it. My mind is on the kingdom, let them know before the curtain is closed. Time to wake up, not this face, I'm not these lies. The truth is ready to devise me, trying to take my mind, but I don't need to be entertained. You see, no complacency, I'm meant to say, trying to speak to me, to deceive, seems to be generosity, but my mind will not receive. Honestly, be an anomaly, be who you call me. And you can take the veil down, take it down. Open your eyes, you can see. Take the mask off, you can breathe. Give all glory to the King. There's a reason why we sing. It's a
awakening. They hate when people unite, trying to take away Christ while we the people just fight. Don't matter black or white, whether left or right. I feel the Lord's about to strike like a thief in the night. Evil right in your sight. Thought this was home of the brave. Good men do nothing now, we'll be the home of the slave. Just keep locking you down, all alone and in rage. Soldiers fought and died for this, I bet they roll in their grave.
Home of the brave, land of the free. Freedom's only found in the arms of Jesus. This world will lie to your mind to deceive. Working on some trees, you got up every season. The kingdom of God unite, fight for what's right, be the light. Don't put trust in man, this world's never set us free. Like, where do you put your faith? Who do you believe in? Wake up before it's too late, repent, run back to Jesus. Yeah, it's the great awakening.
Amazing.
Praise the Lord. This next song is One Nation Under Jesus. It's the shirt Charlie's wearing by John Andre and Charlie Carbone. Praise the Lord.
John, all right.
Hey, praise the Lord, everybody.
Yes.
Jesus Christ is King. I just want to read the scripture for y'all before we put this song out. And I just pray it's a blessing to you. But this scripture right here says, "For although we live in the flesh, the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but are powerful through God for the demolition of strongholds. We demolish arguments and every proud thing that is raised up against the knowledge of God, and we take every thought captive to obey Christ." We're here not to fight with just earthly weapons. We're here to lift up high the name of Jesus Christ, who is King of Kings and Lord of Lords, the only one who can destroy the spiritual and demonic battles that our nation is facing. So we're lifting up the name of Jesus Christ. Can I hear amen by the saints of God? Hallelujah. Jesus Christ is King. Let's go.
Put my trust in the Lord, never no politician. The whole system needs fixing, I got the wisdom, just listen.
One nation under Jesus.
Can't believe all the blaspheme, it feels like a bad dream. This world's going mad. See drag queens, come on.
Let's get them.
Rotten to the core, how they just keep plotting for war. I'm hoping that people wake up before martial laws at your door. Maybe the tipping point comes when nothing's left in the store. When you gotta feed your hungry kid and force to tell them no more. Turn off the mainstream news, all to resign. These people need Jesus bad up there every day and just lie. Stop watching so-called celebrities tricking your mind. They living this ugly life of sin, got you believing it's divine. Make you refined, gotta leave your old life behind. Get you through all your addiction, the best position you'll find. Flicking their signs, so you're gonna be picking a side. Evil slit in your eye, they don't restrict it or hide. Some of the wickedest time, they commit sickening crime. Never convicted, they get acquitted, laughing. But now they pushed it to the limit, woke business all in decline. Mark of the beast system fine.
Cancel my Amazon Prime.
Have a spine. Jesus was life, remember why he died. Don't ever worry about me, left my career behind. I do it all over again, in fact I'll even press rewind. Better draw your line in the sand, it was all designed, it was planned. They cover one eye with their hand, the biggest lie in a scam. But they divided your fam, never submit to this evil. Every day I will stand, my fear is most will repent. On my knees I pray for this land.
He's shining light in the dark. Are you a slave? Call his name and the chains will come off.
One nation under Jesus.
Satan's work is destroyed. Now the demons gotta flee at the sound of his voice.
One nation under Jesus.
He came to save what was lost. The wrath of God is satisfied through his work on the cross.
One nation under Jesus.
And now our sins are forgiven. He crushed the grave, now we saved. Brother Jesus is risen. The matrix is what they teach us. Nation is under siege. And Satan swinging his chains and breaking us into pieces. Slavery about to reach us. They rage against the machinists. Shackles looking like bracelets. Fake switch. Slave ships is taking us back to Egypt. We eating all that they feed us. Jesus came to redeem us, but Satan wants to defeat us and feed us inoculations, indoctrination from public teachers. History gets repeated. My savior is undefeated. Atheists say they beat him. It's like a paraplegic chasing Usain Bolt in a race of 100 meters. Facing you'll never beat him. Chasing him to the prison while chasing after their freedom. It's crazy and getting crazier. Men don't claim to be women. Women claim to be men, but they ain't even got the features. Dangerous new procedures. They strangling all our leaders. They claiming it's women's rights while they mangle a human fetus. Ground caving beneath us. Hatred from all these demons. They segregating the races. Asians and Puerto Ricans, African, Latinx, Caucasians and Polynesians. You want the truth about race, read Galatians and then Ephesians. Bro, this generation has got some leeches. Deceptions on full blast and we taking it intravenous. This ain't just a misdemeanor. Slowly but surely, frog in the kettle when the flames is getting deeper and ain't getting better neither. Faith of a Nicodemus, this pace slow, showcase. God told me to race, so I'm lacing up my demons. Angels are fighting demons, it's time to get in the war, cause Satan's coming with legions. Smirking about God like the face of a Mona Lisa, but face it like it or not. Everyone's gonna meet him, this place is a Coliseum, and faith is crumbling to pieces. But call upon his name, he's the Savior who came to free us. New Jerusalem, native garden of Eden. Don't be anxious, every nation and language can run to freedom. So make it bump in your speakers, this nation is under Jesus. Where my patriots at, it's the day that we pledge allegiance to Jesus. You a slave, call his name, and them chains will come on.
One nation under Jesus.
Now the demons gotta flee at the sound of his voice.
One nation under Jesus.
He came to save what was lost. The wrath of God is satisfied through his work on the cross.
One nation under Jesus.
And now our sins are forgiven. He crushed the grave, now we say, brother, Jesus is risen. Pray for our nation.
Can't believe all the blaspheme. It feels like a bad dream. This world's going mad, sending kids to see drag queens.
God help us.
Praise Jesus. That was powerful, powerful song. And we got one more. This song is called Singing in Babylon. John and I released this as a single last year, and it's from my album called Psalms, based on the book of Psalms. So this is Singing in Babylon. We shot the video in New York too, because Singing in Babylon.
Let me say this right quick. When you read the book of Revelation, chapter 17 and 18, it's hard to not think that a Babylon, demonic, evil, satanic spirit has taken over our nation. But in the name of Jesus, the saints of God overcome the devil by the word of our testimony and the blood of the Lamb, and so we need to stand strong. I want everybody here, if you don't know the Lord Jesus Christ, he is the only means of salvation, but he is also the only way to crush the devil, because anything else will not be enough, but Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lord of Lords, so worship him.
Keep on going to the streets. How will they hear without a preacher? So go and preach. Raise your voice like a trumpet from the rooftops. You gotta speak. The light of the world indwells you for a reason. You gotta sing. The world is collapsing around us. Singing in Babylon. Depression and death surrounds us. Singing in Babylon. Broken souls seeking hope. Searched the world, but never found none. Jesus still calling you home. Singing in Babylon. Growing like a lion. Jesus our protector of faith. For while Biden, a nation in the hands of destruction. Joe Biden and people hate each other left and right. Taking sides, recipe for catastrophe. Deluge of destruction. Delusion and confusion that's leading us to God's judgment. What you gonna say in the last days when you meet Jesus Christ face to face? What you gonna say, huh? Did you stand up bold? Were you unashamed? Did you preach the word of God to his people who need it? Did you help another who's broken by trials, beating? Did you look around and realize the state that this world is in? 30 seconds to Mars, more like 30 seconds until the end. Abomination in the land, baby slaughtered for profit. Molestation in the land, pedophiles and Sodom. Communism to remove the truth from the land. Abortion and pedophilia to remove the youth from the land. Man, the world is collapsing around us. Singing in Babylon. Depression and death surrounds us. Singing in Babylon. Broken souls seeking hope. Search the world but never found none. Jesus still calling you home. Singing in Babylon.
I'm waiting, but actually nah, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I'm done waiting. My heart is breaking, that's what's singing our song in a foreign nation full of lies and greed, idolatry, murders and fornications. We follow Satan. And the strongholds ain't breaking, I'm breaking. How I'm supposed to pray for this nation? The nation is full of abominations, Lord, they're killing our babies. They're dashing them against the rocks while they celebrate. We need you, God, cause even churches rejecting the truth. There's suicide in our youth, human trafficking, gender confusion and prostitution. We in captivity, this isn't my home. Pour your spirit on us, Jesus. Lift up these dry bones. And while we're weeping, we're worshiping, wait for your promises. Even inside of Gomorrah, we want your name to be honored. You're calling us home. And Jesus, Lord, you crushed the demonic. So we keep on singing our song in Babylon. Your name is exalted. We're waiting for you, Father. Father.
The world is collapsing around us, singing in Babylon. Jesus still calling you home, singing in Babylon.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. Completely get rid of that one.
That was really mind-blowing. I gotta tell you, every one of them songs I love so much. I hope everybody enjoyed them. I did. John and Brett and Charlie come all the way down from Maine and out from Staten Island. We thank you very much for that. We wish you only nothing but the best for your song. It's right on, it's righteous, and it's America made. I love it. Peace out to you guys. A couple more minutes. We're bringing back Cowboy Logic at 8 o'clock. All right, and Cowboy Logic is going to talk to some of our Freedom Corner friends, get something to eat, something to drink when you come back, Cowboy Logic. And then after that, we are going to sing again with the Freedom Corner, our national anthem, okay? Thanks, guys.
I don't know what the next plan is. I will find out soon. They may be putting a video up, possibly. I'm going to zoom in here just in case that's what is happening. I'm going to go get some autographs on that t-shirt for you guys.
We're gonna try and figure out for you. I know we gotta get you in. No rush. We got
I'm gonna turn this around, guys. We got a video call coming in from Cowboy Logic in about 20 minutes, guys.
Shots.
Cowboy Logic coming soon, guys. They're just having fun. Look at them.
We got 45 minutes for this section, Travis, because we're going to be singing the national anthem at 9.
Joe, who's on now?
I don't know yet. Who do you want to put on? I got Dave Actually, I'm just here, but she's head of the law. So I think I'm going to...
I just talked to Joe though. He's gonna have me interviewing with Cowboy Logic.
What's that?
Did you talk to Joe?
No, tell him. He said, like, who should we put up here?
I just talked to him. Since you've talked to him, I've talked to him.
Okay.
And I'm going to be the one.
Okay, good. Good.
Hear us coming back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Cowboy Logic here. Where's my producer? You ready, Mr. Producer?
All right, can you guys hear us in there?
We can hear you.
Yes, they can hear us.
All right, you're going to talk
All
about
right.
All right, we're going to go live.
What are we doing here? What is this, bald-headed guy night?
You know, yes. It's bald-headed night, guys.
Yeah.
David Stumble all over there. All right, good thing you can't see my end. You got Tommy Tatum.
There you go, man.
That's Dave Summerall.
Cowboys, we got Tommy J in here. He knows everything about the Roseanne Baldwin. That's what we want to know. I want to know why Tommy's not in jail. 5. Ready?
I've asked him that very question before.
3, 2, 1.
All right, everybody. Tommy Tatum in the house there. That's right.
Hi everybody, thanks for being here. This is so important. It really is.
Hey, I traded my beaver in for, you guys see that hat?
Yeah.
You see that?
That's a C2B J6 hat.
That's right.
Thanks to Angel.
Hey, this hat patch right here, just so you guys know, was made by Angel Harrelson, Kenny's wife. And she's got a website.
She's got a bunch of different ones she does.
AngelsPatriotBattle.org.
Yeah.
She makes all these hat patches. She makes T-shirts. She's got all kinds of stuff. And instead of running a Get Send Go, the Harrelson family decided they were going to just start up a website and have Angel do her creative stuff. So we would encourage all of you guys that are sitting there up in the warehouse and watching this over the live stream to go check out AngelsPatriotBattle.org.
She even has an Ashley Cool, Angel. We love you.
All right, Tommy.
All right,
Tommy,
John.
everybody wants to know, how come you're not in jail? You're around Roseanne Boylan.
I can elaborate on that, but to answer the question is I don't know. I sat awake many a nights wondering what it is that reason I haven't gotten arrested. Although I will say I'm not seen on video throwing water bottles even or anything like that. But I think to answer your question specifically is if they arrest me and take me to court, they're going to have to show an 8-minute murder of Roseanne Boylan. And I know from going to court and living with Nicole Reffitt and Mickey Whithoff and what goes into court with Tammy, that whenever they're going to trial with any one of the defendants that was around, anywhere around Roseanne Boylan, and she would be in the film, the prosecution will zoom in where you don't see her anywhere at all in it. So I know they're afraid of the story. And a lot of the defendants over the last 2 years, a lot of them had intentionally haven't pled guilty so they could go to court and talk about Roseanne Boylan, and they never get a chance to get it on the record in court. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really just not right. We should tell everybody you're part of the Eagles Nest in there with Mickey Whithoff. Number 4Ashley with an I.com. 4Ashley.com is the best way you can support the guys that are out there at 9 o'clock every night. 7 o'clock, but 9 o'clock to sing the national anthem.
Absolutely.
And it's been over a year now, huh, Tommy? Over a year. August 1st was when Mickey first went out there to sing the anthem for the guys.
Yes, it was a year, August 1st, and we had a big celebration commemorating the 1 year anniversary, and it turned out really, really well. And Mickey and Nicole are back at the corner right now doing the vigil, and I think they got a counter protester or two tonight. So they're keeping the corner down.
Only when it's warm weather. And
Yeah.
Tell me if this has changed. The counter protesters scream and yell for exactly 1 hour then leave, which has to kind of tell you that they're paid agitators.
I firmly believe so. Yes. Yes.
So ridiculous. I wonder if these people have a soul. I really do.
Well,
I've got a question about these stage agitators. What's the hair color of the month?
It's rainbow. It seems to be the theme in Washington D.C. So pick the day and pick which color of the rainbow. Yeah.
Nice.
So we're seeing that Judge Chutkin, who did get Donald Trump's case, has said that she basically isn't going to lecture anybody, but she's lectured people. Julie Kelly's come out with that. And the fact that just with all of these judges, they are victims. We were talking about that earlier with Dave Summerall. The juries feel like they're victims. You've got billboards up there saying, if you see something, say something. J6 was an insurrection. Going on 2 years, you have a sham J6 committee that's had virtually nothing that they presented for 2 years, but we're on every major mainstream news channel. And how do you get around that at this point if you're a defendant? Because it's so stacked against you, plus the federal government.
Well, Donna, I would point out that not only do those people feel like they're victims, I believe there's a case the Attorney General of D.C. has brought suing someone in which he lists the very residents of D.C. as the victims, the plaintiffs in that lawsuit. So quite technically, there's a lawsuit where the D.C. residents are listed as victims in a case involving January 6th.
That's all DC residents.
Yeah. You can't have a real trial.
Right.
It's a joke.
To what the judge says, so we've sat in these trials a long time, and we have told people for a very long time, you would not believe what these judges say in the courtroom about these people. And I tell people, you think that you're losing your rights, and you think that you're going to go to court and you have these protections. In Washington, D.C., you have no rights and you have no protections. So to answer your question, how do you get around it? I tell everybody I know that's going to court that you're going into court and you're going to lose, and it's all about appeals. If it's playing out the way it is in D.C., that's just the way it is.
Yeah. I mean, the judges are actually giving a lot of these defendants lectures on their politics. I don't understand how that can be the case.
Well, we just interviewed this for coming up on this week's show this weekend. Stacey Baker. He said he was in the Capitol for 13 minutes. He got 7 months in the Bureau of Prisons, and he got a political lecture by his judge, who happens to be the same judge.
Really? You know, a lot of people don't know that she's already recused herself from a Donald Trump case involving Kash Patel whenever he was suing the DOJ for documents involving the Russia hoax. She held on to the case for a month, and then she recused herself whenever she realized the case wasn't going to go her way. So she's already recused herself from a Donald Trump trial with cause, so why should she stay on this one? And she was also Hunter Biden's partner at a law firm, by the way. She was literally Hunter Biden's partner.
Oh, she actually represented Hunter Biden, I believe, and his group, you know, Burisma or whatever it was.
Yep.
In the law firm she was in before she was appointed a judge. What can go wrong with that?
Hey, I need to ask a big favor out of everybody in that warehouse. Angel Harrison just sent me a text message and said she is watching this live stream. I need everybody to make some noise and say hello to Angel. Go to angelspatriotbattle.org. We don't make a penny off this stuff. We don't make a penny off of anything J6 related. Matter of fact, during our shows, we don't even run commercials that are Cowboy Logic commercials whenever we interview a J6 or a family.
So they can have more time.
We refuse to make money off of J6.
Well, thank you. And Donna, I'll let you guys know that you guys, not only do you give considerable coverage to the defendants, you also go down the rabbit holes a lot of people don't take the time to go down and figure out what really happened. So you guys do a really good job in the support you give.
All we care about is the truth. And if we find out the truth is an ugly situation for a J6er, so be it.
Yep.
All we care about is the truth.
Amen.
But the vast majority of them saw women and elderly getting beaten by police or getting shot with rubber bullets before they reacted. And many of them, being former military or police, aren't going to let that happen because that's what you do, you protect.
Yeah.
And the fact that this could have been, that this was in many instances the police firing on innocent protesters is reprehensible. And it was hidden for the last 2 years by this sham J6 committee.
And the media.
And the media.
I think they were all in on it together, like you're saying, Donna. But I tell everybody, if you're there that day, it's not like when the flashbangs start exploding by your head that you sit and think about what you're going to do when you see a little old lady fall over or whatever. You just react. And most people just reacted in the moment and then, got a hold of themselves and acted appropriately the rest of the time,
Well, and you've got a lot of these people that are facing 111As and Bs that were trained either as military, first responder, law enforcement. They were trained to react when a negative, volatile situation was happening. And they saw the cops, Scott Webster said, he saw the antithesis of his training.
Absolutely.
When that kind of thing's going on, these people have been trained for 20 years, 25 years, 15 years. Go back and saw it. Something's going on that's wrong. They're there, and what they do for a career fit in.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's why you got 72%, originally 72% of those incarcerated in C2B were law enforcement or veterans.
Exactly.
And Matt's a sheriff up in Tennessee.
Yep.
And Thomas Webster is NYPD cop, former military. Stellar career in Fort Apache, the Bronx, never pulled his gun out, never had a civilian complaint. He worked on the mayor's detail. He trained people how to guard the mayor of New York City at the time was Bloomberg, and he got 10 years.
You guys you reminded me of something when you were talking about Cole, if you don't mind me asking, kind of bringing it back up earlier when you were talking with Sumrall. We're talking about the GOP that we think are on our side, and we still will lobby them and ask them to do things for us. But I can't get past the thing on January 6th where I tell everybody what we wanted to happen was happening before the first breach with Ray Epps. literal process that we wanted to happen was a congressman and a senator to take it and have them send it back to the state legislatures per the Constitution of the United States of America and decide. It was happening for us the way we wanted it to. And the police really did. I got a little sidetracked. Dave Summerall was talking about the police and how violently they acted. Yes, that's what I can't let the son, and I'm glad Police Chief Son is coming out and telling the truth about some things, but he is absolutely covering up the thuggish, gang-like mentality his police officers exhibited that day when they got to go ahead to open up on Trump supporters. And they were having fun, some of them, while they were doing it.
Yeah, and it's starting to slowly come
Well,
out.
that's where that body cam footage will start showing that. And that's why they fought so hard to keep that suppressed. But Georgia Congressman Loudermilk is doing a lot of good work with that. They keep an eye on it.
Loudermilk's people have been good.
Yeah, and of course, John Solomon, our Just the News on Real America's Voice, has been stellar at being at the forefront with a lot of this. It just takes forever to have to go into a room and look through all this video. And we've had some of our Jan 6ers actually telling us what exactly to look for, because they've been literally a captive audience for now going on 2.5 years. They've had nothing but time to look this over. They know exactly what to look for. And they spoke with Don on numerous occasions to basically tell Don, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yes.
And Don sits in the living room looking at all this video going, oh my gosh, who's that? Oh my gosh, who's that?
Let me tell you something, Tommy. One night, I was watching body cam footage off of Val, okay? Val's body cam footage. And I probably watched this for 2 straight hours.
And it flies around.
I actually got motion sickness.
Yes.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Hey, we're getting a call.
Hold on.
Go ahead. I was just thinking about Jeffrey McKellar. I was just thinking about him. So they're getting a call from Jeffrey McKellar. He's a special operator, J6er.
Jeff McKellar!
How you doing, sir?
What a surprise. Hey, man, I got to tell you, we are broadcasting a live show right now, and I can't believe you just called in.
Tell him I met with him a few months ago. Yeah, I actually met with Jeffrey and visited him.
Let everybody know who this is. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Jeff McKellar, Special Forces, retired Ranger, retired U.S. Army Ranger. After that, he went into a contracting with the State Department, CIA. I'm not going to tell you which one will confuse everybody. He was a contractor. This man has devoted his entire adult life to serving the United States and keeping people like all of us safe. Now, on January 6th, he got top. He's calling us from a federal correction institution, and just so you know, Tommy, he cannot hear you.
Okay.
Okay?
Gotcha.
Jeff, I'm going to be quiet, and I'm going to let you talk about anything you want to talk about, because I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, when you flip the switch on Jeff McKellar, all you got to do is sit back and take notes. So, brother, we love you. Welcome.
Welcome and have at it.
America needs to start to wake up, man, because this thing, this whole immigration thing is out of control, and I was going to bed, staffed up like a 50-meter pump-up target, and it came to me. I mean, this administration is trying to wipe out the American population. It doesn't matter what color you are or what your background is. They're trying to wipe it out and replace America with the socialist communist movement, man. If you look at where all these people are coming from here, and their ideologies and their foundations, they're not coming from a pre-accepted nation. These people are coming from socialist communist countries, man. Nicaragua, El Salvador, San Salvador, Honduras, Haiti, and all these other places. And they're coming here for the freebies, and they're coming by the millions, man. And I heard on the news, they're like, the last 9 months, did 2.4 million people, and they're starting to catch a lot of Honduran mothers infants and children coming across the border. That is unprecedented, man. This is out of control. And if people don't stay together, man, I'm telling you, one of these and Tuesdays aren't going to work. You need to come together and get out the street and protest, because it's not going to, you're going to get wiped out if you're one or two. You need to get out there by the thousands, man, and demand this administration stand down and resign, or it's not going to work. One more administration, one more setup on the election, one more corrupted election, and it's over with. It's over with. But that's besides the point, man. I wanted to call you guys. I was going to give you an update on my judicial. So I'm still waiting on my attorneys. This is before several attorneys got that, and they all refused to look at the evidence. They only want to look at the DOJ, and what they gave me, these fools in the DOJ did not know what they handed me until I started looking at the evidence. I'm like, oh wow, man, I look cool. You know, we're gonna have one. Wow, that's badass. You know, check this out, check that out. And then I started slowing down the video and watching it, and that's when I started seeing the people, man. The undercover agents all dotted in the crowd, the crisis actors, oh my gosh, it goes on and on and on. The instigators, the agitators, and the motivators within the crowd, and the corrupt MPD that were beating innocent women and children. And it's all on video, and the DOJ gave it to me to have access to. And now I'm waiting on my attorneys to show up. Oh, Jeff, we're here for you. We're gonna pass your plate. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. We're doing it with the whistleball back. You know, and we got your system on the right hand waiting. Bring the information, they're going to show up, and they're not going to bring anything, and they're going to get fired on the spot. So there's no confidence with these geeks. I like
This call is from a federal prison.
I'm done talking, man. Action talks, BS walks. And I'm telling you, man, I need help. I need somebody to come in here and talk to me. I need help, man. I need an attorney where the Senate home is bigger than the freaking Eiffel Tower. I need somebody to come in here, man, and look at what I am telling them. And I will point it out on video. And if there's any curiosity inside their bodies whatsoever, they're going to want to look at more. God, man.
All right, wait, hold on a second, Jeff.
I always hear your frustration.
Let me reintroduce you for anybody that's jumped in here late. We've got Jeff McKellar, Jan 6er, retired U.S. Army Ranger, Special Forces, post-military career, contractor with an agency. And he's going on probably 2.5 years now. He's not in D.C. anymore. He is in Texas at a medical treatment facility because, quite honestly, Jeff, I believe the only thing that they're terrified, in my opinion, of you entering a D.C. courtroom. You want to expand on that at all?
Oh, yeah, to be sure. Once I get up there and I start to show the why, everybody knows how and what we did. But when I start to show the why, when Team 54, 64, and 74, the NPD showed up, they were ready to beat butt. Non-stop, they started. As soon as they got there, and they did not end until everybody left the Capitol. And I saw Cal, Kendall, Crescent, Horace, Banshaw, Augustine, Edwards, Riley, Hawkins, Harding, Smiley, Smith, Patera, and Glenn Lamborghini. You sissy Glenn, if you're listening to this, you coward, I watched you beat that woman, and I took action against you and the rest of your cowards. So, how do I know these things? It's because I watched them all on video, man, and I'm going to show it to them in court, what they did, and the lack of responsibility that they're taking. Yeah. So, well, like I said, I was going to say something else. There's so much all of that is to say about they got me, and they just had to do it running through the upper tier naked, man. You ever see a crew man do the helicopter? It's pretty amazing. Before the guards collapsed in on the nation and took him away. I'm like, yeah, that just concludes dinner. Thank you. And I'm going to trade more.
The thing is, they're trying to shut you up, and you have the highest security clearance on January 6th. They can't have that. And they're trying to prove that you're not mentally capable to stand a trial. And it ain't working, obviously.
No, it's not. And I can't get an attorney to look at it. I need help. I'm begging someone, anybody, please come and help me to get this information out. There is so much to tell. we have found so much. There's only 6 of us that know this information, and we came together like a legal team, and we started pointing it out in the crowd, man. And just like the videos I showed you before, that I told you about, and the officers' names that I just mentioned. How do I know these people, man? It's because I've watched it all on video. And it's right there. The truth is there. But nobody wants to look at it, man. They keep blowing me out. They keep calling me out. And I've only seen my children twice in the last 2.5 years. As a total of 4 hours in a total of 2.5 years, man. You know how bad that hurts? Anyway, help me.
Frustration always comes through as far as talking.
All right, so you guys understand that Jeff is he's in a medical treatment facility because he was sent there for psych evaluations. He's had 2 that I'm aware of that probably lasted a combined total of 20 minutes, where they showed him Rorschach pictures and asked him what they looked like. I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, we are most certainly talking to a very sane, well-trained individual. He has been consistent in every conversation we have ever had. He has not wavered one nanoparticle. He is consistent, he is accurate. You heard him spew forth badge numbers of cameras and names of body cams. This man knows what he's talking about because he's got it all right up here.
He's a subject.
He's trained to memory. They can take his discovery, they can take his notes, but they can't take what's in his head.
And that's why they can't let him testify.
I watched on video Roseanne Boylan's being dead. Officers involved or had a hand in it, or Morris, Powell, Hodges, and that skinny king wearing Sissy Pinone. Officer 1225 1543, and there was 2 other dudes that were standing right next to him. I watched on video the assassination of Ashley Babbitt, and there was a hand-in-arm signal and a call that came out. The officers pulled away from her. Michael Bird's hand came out and shot her almost point blank, and he was aiming for her head, and he missed her. He missed it and hit her in the neck. Why did he do that? Because he was so amped up and scared that he squeezed and anticipated the recoil of the weapon, and it hit her straight in the neck. He pulled down and to the right a little bit, and that just comes from lack of practice. Anyway, I'm sorry, there's so much to tell and so little time. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, it's you, buddy.
It's all you.
It's you. How much time you got left?
A couple minutes.
Go for it. Talk to anybody you want to talk to here.
I want to give a shout out to all my friends if I have any left, because I'm not getting any postcards from those dudes. I don't know, man. America stays strong. You tell me, man, this sucks. This completely sucks here, and there is no help. I'm on an island all alone, man, throwing messages in a bottle, and only a few were picking them up, man. But you got the information's so good unless you act on it. You have to act on the information. At least look at it. Camera angle 0180 and 7250. They show everything that you need, man. And even though it doesn't look like much, you have to look at the actions of the players that are there. But it was undercover, man. Complete undercover agents. These are guerrilla warfare tactics. And once again, the gym, guerrilla, not guerrilla. There's a difference, Captain Ron. They were utilizing it against us, man. And people in PLM were there, but they were just like us. They were just like Trump supporters, and they created havoc. And the Trump supporters came, and all they did was just strip off their skin and walk away and become another civilian again. But it's there. It's all there. And this administration doesn't want you to see it, man. But you have to slow the video down. And like I always say, once you find one, you know what you're looking at, and the rest will open up to you. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Well, you've opened our eyes for sure, and I know it's horrible because you're in prison while you're waiting for all this to come out. Slowly it is coming out. We're seeing what happened with Officer Sicknick, that he was fine when they said he was, beaten to death. We're seeing Pinnell. Basically, he didn't have any problem around Roseanne Boylan. That has finally come out.
Hold on, Don. How much time, Jeff?
I'm not sure sir. I lost track.
Okay, hey, before we get clipped, we love you, brother. We stand with you, brother. And I've got your J6 Ashley Babbitt Star Flag waiting for you, brother.
Better happen soon.
Let me thanks for everything that you're doing. Like I said before, I need help, and I'm out here, dude. I'm running out of water and food, and I'm on this island all by myself. And I need help, and I can't get it from these people that are assigned to me. None of them are looking at it. The last guy, well, he's like, what was your father, Jeff? I tell you, you take this plea deal. This is about to steal for 8 to 10 years. Are you serious? He's like, well, we can talk you down to 5. Are you crazy? I'm like, get out of my face, Jeff. You looked at the evidence. And then he brings the evidence one time. He brings my discovery that he's supposed to be looking at. And he doesn't know what he's looking at. He's like, well, who's this guy right here? I'm like, what do you think? Watch what he's doing. And they're like, well, I don't see what you see, Jim. I'm like, and he starts following his tweet. And I'm like, put it down, man. Get involved. Take some notes for Christ's sake. You know, who are you? You know, and this guy got me. And he's like, well, you know, we need another $20,000 to get us over the next house. I'm like, I don't have $20,000. The kid can't go there. I had one of my friends started up for me, and I was saving up the money for my children, man. So when my son goes to college, and my daughter starts school again in high school, and he talked me into giving it to him, and it was like $12,000, man, cash on the barrelhead. And we got about a minute left, man. And this is sad, man. And I keep running into these lawyers that are doing this to you, man. Or, you know, for another 15 grand, we can get you over the next time. Well, you don't have 15 grand. Help me. You know, you're supposed to be an American, you scumbag. You know, it's like, all right.
No, I mean, you're not the only one, too, and that's the real problem.
Yeah, we're hearing this a lot, man. We're hearing it a
God,
lot.
it's so frustrating. I can't imagine how you feel. Oh, I know how you feel from here.
Jeff, before we get flipped, man, we want to tell you that we love you, brother.
I love you guys too. God bless America. Hopefully it's still there when I get out. Max luck to everybody.
All right, buddy. See you, man.
And now, you'll never stand it. You'll never stand again, man. It's better to die and keep your rolling on your knees.
Amen, brother.
Amen.
All right, man.
See you, bud. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, so if you guys can hear me, I just wanted to say real quick, if you guys can hear me, I visited Jeff like 2 months ago, and he's saying the same exact things 2 months ago as he's saying now. Yeah. And the reason he sounds so frustrated is because he is trained on another level none of us will ever understand, and he sees it unfolding, and nobody can he can't even explain it to anybody, and he gets these lawyers for 1 hour once a month or something, and they do not care about what happens to him. But I will tell you the stuff he's told me, Don. I've seen Julie Kelly's reporting after she's gotten the footage that verifies everything that Jeffrey McCullough is saying about the equipment that the cops had being scattered around the crowd, all of that. Yeah. So he is right about what he's saying, and they're afraid of that.
I can tell you this, and I'm extremely limited in what I'm able to talk about right now. I can tell you that Jeff McCullough spent 7 consecutive 15-minute phone calls with Dave Summerall and I when he was in the DC jail. The purpose of those phone calls, the sequential phone calls, was because Jeff McCullough was the first guy that came to me and said, I want to testify in front of Congress under oath. Yeah. Well, obviously we couldn't get that to happen. So I said, well, Jeff, I tell you what, you can testify to the American people. And we recorded 7 15-minute conversations, just like you heard that one. Mm-hmm. Except he started off on January 5th, and he went all the way to the end of the day on January 6th. And you can imagine how intense that was for 7 15-minute phone calls. Yeah, now, just one, how intense I cannot share with you some of this information, so I'm going to skirt specifics. But I can tell you that there are people that have listened to that audio file, and they have substantiated it. They said he's dead on balls accurate, if I can use a Long Island way of saying something. He's dead on balls accurate. He's spot on. And you have watched reports on television that are based on information from Jeff McCullough. You just didn't know it. Absolutely. And I can't expand on that anymore. But I'm telling you, people are listening to what Jeff McCallum has to say.
He needs
lawyers that are going to get off their asses and do their jobs.
Amen. And he's a good man. And if anybody deserves it, he does. He sacrificed, you know, his a little livelihood to the country, and he feels left behind. I know at points in times from doing the vigil and talking to him, you know, like he's a man of honor. And I know that he feels at times like he's had to stick his hand out and beg Americans to help him do what was right whenever he sacrificed everything for what was right. So, you know, I don't know what else to say about it.
Who you want, that's who you want defending you, you know, we, the people.
Yes.
And that was what was in our military before it got woke.
Yes.
People like him, they're heroes.
Well, Don, you were talking about that.
He went overseas.
I'm sorry, Donna. Well, Don, you were talking about that 72%. It's almost like they intentionally targeted the best amongst us on January 6th, it seems like.
They might have.
Yeah.
Because those are the people that have probably gun licenses and were able to see what was going on through their training. And that's exactly what Jeff said. He said he could see a color revolution being done to the American people on January 6th.
Yes, amen. Amen. And I trust him. And not only do I trust him, I've seen what the claims he's made come true and verified after the fact. So I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, months later.
Yes.
Something goes months later.
He is spot on. Ladies and gentlemen, he had his cell raided. It's the only time anybody is aware of a cell in the DC jail being raided by FBI agents.
By the FBI.
A stack of documents.
And what they're...
They handcuffed him to a railing, and they took a stack of documents. That was a year of his work.
And now it's all in his head now.
Yes.
He's not going to let it be written down, so they can't take it from him.
Yeah. We'll keep praying for him in the meantime. I know he's frustrated, but he's frustrated because he's got so much information he wants to get out to us so the truth can be told.
Yeah. I mean, we talked to him, and you heard it. He goes, ugh.
I know, I hear it.
You just sense the pent-up frustration because nobody wants, well, a lot of people want to help, but nobody who can help is willing to help.
Well, and when we say anybody who wants to help, I know a lot of people are going to see this eventually. When he says help, he told me himself, I want reporters to come into and visit me and I will tell you everything. So we're not just talking legal help. He wants journalists, writers, whoever's interested in the truth. Go visit him. He's going to give you a fascinating story, I promise you.
Yes, he is. He certainly is.
Well, what else you want to talk about there, Mr. Tommy?
I don't know how much longer we have, but I just want to say that, you know, we've been doing the corner with Mickey Whithoff for a year at Freedom Corner, doing the vigil outside for a lot of these guys, and going to Congress, Capitol Hill. And I started to say this earlier. So on January 6th, we were getting our way until Ray Epps orchestrated the first breach, right? And these same congressmen that we're asking now to help us, a lot of them were in a position on January 6th to continue to do the right thing. And my point is, if it was the right thing to vote, to recertify or send it to the state legislatures, back to the legislatures, why was it not the right thing to do 6 hours later? And I bring that up because I think a lot of those same GOP candidates that we really like a lot are ashamed of themselves, and they know deep down that if they had done the right thing on that day, we wouldn't have these political prisoners in jail today.
No, unfortunately, I think the whole one thing is just totally pre-planned. That seems to be the case.
Well, and I you know, if you listen to the Capitol, the ex-Capitol of the police chief, son, he alludes to the military being involved in it. I know Paul Gosar's talked about subpoenaing military members. General Milley's running around on January 6th trying to tell China, don't worry about Donald Trump, I won't let him do anything. And Nancy Pelosi's trying to get the nuclear launch codes. It sounds like a coup to me. I mean, it really does.
You know, we were meeting with, we had a couple of speaking engagements last weekend that we were at, and we were trying to explain to people that knew very little about J6, the magnitude, the multifaceted, different angles and different things going on, from what was going on down on the lower terrace, to what was going on up at the tunnel, to what was going on in the Capitol, to what's going on now in courtrooms for what went on in the jails, especially the Northern Mex, the Alexandrias, and the C2Bs. There's so much. The juries,
Yes.
the prosecution, the judges, the victims, people being sued in civil court because grocery stores claimed they were damaged.
Absolutely.
Because of a lack of business.
Meanwhile,
It is so multifaceted with all of the different charges, all of the different enhancements, all of the superseding indictments. When you read through these court papers, by the way, American Gulag is .org, I think.
American Gulag Chronicles.
No. The American Gulag website. You can go to individual J6. You can read a lot of their court documents.
That's correct.
You can spend hours researching one J6 and not get past 3 or 4 documents.
Don, you're hitting on something I was telling somebody the other day. It's like and I hate, we're in New York and the 9/11 commission happened here, right? But you really do need something of that scale if you want to know what happened in totality on January 6th, who was involved, and all the individual stories and everything. You have to have something of that scale to get to the truth, because Don, I can tell you've done the research. You could probably start talking now about January 6th and not stop for a couple of weeks. I mean, there's so much to go through. I mean, yeah.
And the thing is, you start going, one conversation will lead you to another, and will lead you to another, and lead you to another. Ladies and gentlemen that are sitting in the warehouse, and ladies and gentlemen that are watching this stream, it is imperative that you talk about January 6th to your fellow friends,
Everybody you
neighbors,
meet.
whoever.
It's amazing how many people believe the BS of the Main Street media has fed them, and the sham J6 committee has fed them for the last 2.5 years. And you know what's really hard too is the fact that a lot of people can't admit, well, they might have been misled, or they might have been wrong. And I think more and more people are waking up to it, thank God. Even in so many different aspects of what's been thrown at our country in the last 3 years, with education, with the CRT, with the J6 committee, with just about everything, people are starting to realize it's almost like whatever the government feeds you, the truth is the opposite. And I think if you look at it that way, you might open your eyes a little bit more, but you gotta have to be open-minded. A lot of people don't want to admit they might have been wrong.
I was telling somebody that earlier today, that no matter what, if the government tells me something, I'm going to believe the opposite. If you tell me the world's around, I'm just going to believe it's flat if the government tells me. I mean, but to your point, I mean, with the whole stuff about COVID and stuff, they still, they won't admit that. They won't admit that, and they sacrifice their own children to this cult-like religion, in my opinion. So I don't think Democrats ever admit the truth. I mean, I just don't.
They're not admitting Russia.
Yeah, right, exactly.
How many years and how many millions of dollars they spent. They just will never admit. And it's the same scenario. Everything, even with Hunter Biden, everything takes 2.5 to 3 years before it finally starts coming out because the media doesn't do its job. The mainstream media.
Yeah.
One of the things that Miguel was talking about was watch the video, slow the video down. Look, once you see some of these actors, you're going to see others. Here's what he's talking about. When you're watching a 30-second clip, or a 30-second portion of a 2-hour video, go back and watch it again. And you're going to start noticing somebody that's looking in the wrong direction. Everybody else is focused on one situation, but here's this guy looking another way. And I'm going to tell you something. It's one way that I picked an Antifa guy that we talked to on our show, Landon Copeland. That's how I picked him out. He was an oddball. I'd see him standing there looking around. Everybody else is focused on something, and he turns around and he shoves Chris Waggleman into a police line.
Yeah. And he got 3 years, he claims, because he had a good lawyer.
Really, he had a really good lawyer.
They had to arrest him. No, they had to arrest him because he was violent. So they gave him essentially a slap on the wrist compared to what these other J6s called.
But we got what we wanted out of him in an interview. It took us a damn hour, and I'm telling you, barbed wire was shooting out of Donna's eyeball. Let me tell you this. He admitted to us on the record, on air, that he himself was with 250 other Antifa members from his little group of Antifa, and he estimated between 1,000 and 2,000 were there.
That he knew of.
You know, I know the whole story. I know the whole story with Landon, and quite honestly, it does kind of hit kind of personal because I do live with Ashley Babbitt's mother, and I believe, you correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere he says that he was there to get Trump supporters killed or something to that effect.
No,
and that
no,
was that not him?
No,
was that a different?
Let's make sure we get that
okay.
right. That was not Landon Cole.
Okay, was it another?
I'll tell you who it was.
Okay.
Because we exposed him too.
Okay, that's maybe the person.
We exposed him using his own court documents. That was Josiah Kennedy.
Okay, yeah, you're right. So my point being is we do take that personally, especially if the other guy admits to being Antifa. Well, we know why they were there, and you know I'm friends with her, and we see we lost people that day. And if anybody was there to do that stuff that day, we hold them responsible to a degree.
You know what's so backwards is you've got like Peace Plaza, BLM Peace Plaza, or whatever it is now in DC. Are you kidding me? They're out there burning every major city down now going on 3 years with impunity. In some cases, they're paid millions. Big corporations give BLM some $83 billion, I heard last. Build large mansions. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
The founders have, humongous millions they're spending on houses for themselves, and they get away with it. They're getting away with it. People have died in billions of dollars in damage.
It is disappointing because I don't know how to phrase this. It's almost envious how as bad as these people are, these Democrats are, and the things they promote and do. That they're organizing and they're bailing their guys out of jail while the riot's still going on, putting them back on the street. They're raising money for their lawyers, good lawyers, and our side doesn't stick together and do that for our J6 defendants. They've had to scrap for everything,
But that's coming from the government. That's our tax dollars working against us.
Yes.
You've got Kamala Harris up there touting how, she's going to bail out these people.
Yes.
It's our tax dollars. You can't go against it. That's the federal government, not just the Democrat Party.
Yeah.
The left,
it's definitely a two-tier system.
Our tax dollars working against us.
Yeah. Well, living in D.C., I guess I've gotten jaded, but I see it every day, and it is just an absolute inversion of what's justice, or what justice is supposed to be.
I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you stay in D.C. I would need 35 showers a day.
I don't know how anybody who professes to be law enforcement doesn't enforce the law. Hello? You've even got sheriffs saying Jan 6 was an insurrection. How do you have an insurrection with a bunch of blue hairs and no guns?
I call it the water bottle insurrection.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, literally, that's
the villages down in Florida. That's the home camp. That's the HQ. The insurrection.
Anybody from Florida's got a call from Ron DeSantis yet? Because most Jan 6ers are from Florida. Last I heard.
That's right. There's a lot of Florida and Texas. But Don, I did want to tell you. So you started off like why you asked me why I didn't get arrested. I did testify in Brian Mock's trial. So there's a transcript out there. And there's a lot of good stuff in that trial. When you get that transcript, you should really read through it because I did get a lot of stuff on the record, kind of for the guys too, right? And even you've seen my video. Some of the stuff that when I fell down, and I came up, and the stuff I was saying and stuff. I think they thought they were going to get me to perjure myself right there, and I didn't do it. And then so I have told them everything there is to tell about what I did and didn't do on January 6th. So it's up to them at this point.
Yeah. Hey, there's one thing I want to tell you in closing, Tommy, and maybe the people up there in New York may not quite understand the impact and the heaviness of the comment that I'm about to make. But Tommy, I want to say, go Tennessee Vols.
They're going to need all the help they can get. No, Ole Miss, keep it classy, hotty toddy. Oh yeah. Oh well. Well, if I was in the SEC East, I'd say the same thing.
Hey, you're damn right, man. You always go to the toilet bowl.
That's right.
I went to Seton Hall and they actually abolished their football team.
I hear you. I tell you what,
Up in New Jersey and Don goes,
but Don, I tell you what, though, if you tell as long as Tennessee gives it to Alabama every time they meet, I'll still vote, root for them.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, man, you know what? I've been to the toilet bowl so many times. Hey, I don't have we don't have time talking.
I'm looking.
We got over there, Central.
Got a minute and a half.
Minute and a half, so we'll let you wrap it up for us. We got Joe the Bots coming up here too.
All right, you gonna close it out, Tommy?
We'll let Joe Bots close it
Tommy's gonna
out.
be with us a couple more days. I gotta say that I love these Cowboy Logic people. You guys good with Cowboy Logic? My wife and I, we watch you on the weekends, and I gotta say you had me laughing so hard. But what I'm really impressed about is that this is not something you have to do. This is something you do for the love of the country and the love of the freedom and the love of the American people.
Yeah.
So thank you, Don and Donna. Our two favorite Cowboys, huh?
Amen.
God bless you. Thank you. Oh, I'm a destroyer. I love this country, love Cowboy Logic. We're going to do the roll call and we're going to sing the national anthem in a couple of minutes. God bless you, Cowboys.
Thank you guys, appreciate you.
Thank you, American.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was great, huh? Those guys are amazing.
Yeah.
We are going to do a roll call. Can I have Tammy Perryman up here?
Tammy gonna do it live.
Tommy's going to want to do it live. What do you want to do?
I thought you were talking about piping in the visuals roll call, but all right.
They've already done it.
So I think she's got it. She needs a mic, the house mic.
Steve, you still here?
And maybe get some flag. Get some people standing with the flag up here with it.
Hello. Can I get some flag holders too?
Yep.
To stand up here. We're going to do the roll call. The roll call is a list of the prisoners that are being held right now in our in Washington, D.C.
Actually, the roll call is a list of detainees that are being held across the country. They're not just the guys in the D.C. gulag. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that they're not all in D.C. They're all over.
So when we call a name out, we like to follow up with hero. That's right. And then when we get to the people that died for this country, look at these people.
That's Patricia Aguino. She went into the Capitol on January 6th. She's an uncharged J6er. So if anybody wants to do a call to action, she is a neighborhood commissioner in D.C. and she brags about the fact that she was at J6, that she was inside the Capitol. Just saying.
Yeah, she's not a good person.
She's terrible.
Okay, let's forget about her.
Okay.
We're going to do the roll call.
For those lives lost on January 6th, Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boyland, Kevin Greason, Benjamin Phillips, and on the next day, Officer Brian Sicknick, rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
For those detained, Justin Adams,
Hero.
Howard Adams,
Hero.
John Andrews,
Hero.
Tommy Allen,
Hero.
Kenneth Armstrong,
Hero.
Neil Ashcroft,
Hero.
Daniel Ball,
Hero.
Thomas Ballard,
Hero.
Logan Barnhart,
Hero.
Pauline Bauer,
Hero.
Roger Bow,
Hero.
Luke Bender,
Hero.
Joe Biggs,
Hero.
Aiden Billiard,
Hero.
Joshua Black,
Hero.
Matthew Bledsoe,
Hero.
Kenneth Bonowitz,
Hero.
Brandon Bradshaw,
Hero.
Nicholas Brockoff,
Hero.
Larry Brock,
Hero.
Jeffrey Brown,
Hero.
Jeremy Brown,
Hero.
Mark Brew,
Hero.
Alan Byerly,
Hero.
Daniel Caldwell,
Hero.
Stephen Capuccio,
Hero.
Matthew Caspel,
Hero.
William Cressman,
Hero.
Eric Christie,
Hero.
Josiah Colt,
Hero.
Nolan Cook,
Hero.
Mason Corson,
Hero.
Eric Kramer,
Hero.
Nicholas DiCarlo,
Hero.
Matt Da Silva,
Hero.
Nathan DeGrave,
Hero.
David Dempsey,
Hero.
Lucas Denny,
Hero.
Robert Dennis,
Hero.
Timothy DeJargan,
Hero.
Michael Dickinson,
Hero.
Charles Donahoe,
Hero.
Israel Easterday,
Hero.
Michael Eckerman,
Hero.
James Elliott,
Hero.
Daniel E.,
Hero.
Robert Fairchild,
Hero.
Brandon Fellows,
Hero.
Kyle Fitzsimmons,
Hero.
Mitchell Gardner,
Hero.
Robert Gieswein,
Hero.
Vincent Gillespie,
Hero.
Daniel Goodwin,
Hero.
John Gordon,
Hero.
James Grant,
Hero.
Matthew Green,
Hero.
Timothy Hale,
Hero.
Thomas Hammer,
Hero.
Kenneth Harrelson,
Hero.
Richard Harris,
Hero.
Joshua Haynes,
Hero.
Donald Hazard,
Hero.
Albuquerque Head,
Hero.
Andrew Hernandez,
Hero.
Joshua Hernandez,
Hero.
Eric Herrera,
Hero.
Joshua Hughes,
Hero.
Jared Hughes,
Hero.
Brian Jackson,
Hero.
Shane Jenkins,
Hero.
Douglas Jensen,
Hero.
Justin Jersey,
Hero.
Daryl Johnson,
Hero.
David Judd,
Hero.
David Kaufman,
Hero.
Julian Qatar,
Hero.
Matthew Kroll,
Hero.
Nicholas Langren,
Hero.
Joshua Lawler,
Hero.
Marcus Malley,
Hero.
Christian Manley,
Hero.
Cody Matisse,
Hero.
James Malt,
Hero.
Christopher Maurer,
Hero.
Mark Mazza,
Hero.
Ronald Maccabee,
Hero.
Patrick McCoffey,
Hero.
James McGrew,
Hero.
David McCoffle,
Hero.
Sean McHugh,
Hero.
Jeffrey McKellop,
Hero.
Kelly Meggs,
Hero.
Jonathan Mellis,
Hero.
Rodney Millstreet,
Hero.
Adam Miller,
Hero.
Garrett Miller,
Hero.
Matthew Miller,
Hero.
Jordan Mink,
Hero.
Robert Menuda,
Hero.
Catherine Morrison,
Hero.
Robert Morse,
Hero.
Christopher Moynihan,
Hero.
Jonathan Munifo,
Hero.
John Nassif,
Hero.
Marshall Neef,
Hero.
Daryl Neely,
Hero.
Greg Nix,
Hero.
Ethan Nordine,
Hero.
Nicholas Ox,
Hero.
Jason Owens,
Hero.
Joseph Padilla,
Hero.
Robert Palmer,
Hero.
Michael Perkins,
Hero.
Dominic Pizzola,
Hero.
Michael Pomeroy,
Hero.
Mark Ponder,
Hero.
Sean Price,
Hero.
Christine Priola,
Hero.
Joshua Pruitt,
Hero.
Mahala Pryor,
Hero.
Anthony Puma,
Hero.
Chris Quaglin,
Hero.
Barry Ramey,
Hero.
Guy Reffitt,
Hero.
Zach Reel,
Hero.
William Reed,
Hero.
Stuart Rhodes,
Hero.
Howard Richardson,
Hero.
Thomas Robertson,
Hero.
James Robinson,
Hero.
Michael Roche,
Hero.
Daniel Rodriguez,
Hero.
Greg Rubenacker,
Hero.
Jeffrey Sable,
Hero.
Ryan Samsel,
Hero.
Robert Sanford,
Hero.
Ronald Sandlin,
Hero.
Salvador Sandoval,
Hero.
Deborah Sandoval,
Hero.
Troy Sargent,
Hero.
Peter Schwartz,
Hero.
Christian Secor,
Hero.
Hunter Seafried,
Hero.
Grayson Sherrill,
Hero.
Bart Shively,
Hero.
Jeffrey Show,
Hero.
Jeffrey Sills,
Hero.
Glenn Simon,
Hero.
Bernard Sir,
Hero.
Charles Smith,
Hero.
Tommy Smith,
Hero.
Hatchet Speed,
Hero.
Peter Stager,
Hero.
Shelley Stallings,
Hero.
Davin Steiner,
Hero.
Tristan Stevens,
Hero.
John Strand,
Hero.
Andrew Taki,
Hero.
Enrique Tario,
Hero.
George Tenney,
Hero.
Devlin Thompson,
Hero.
Dustin Thompson,
Hero.
Hector Vargas,
Hero.
Jessica Watkins,
Hero.
William Watson,
Hero.
Matthew Webler,
Hero.
Thomas Webster,
Hero.
Jack Whitten,
Hero.
Anthony Williams,
Hero.
Riley Williams,
Hero.
Duke Wilson,
Hero.
Ricky Wilden,
Hero.
John Wright,
Hero.
Kyle Young,
Hero.
and Philip Young.
Kyle Young. Andrea Young's here, and his mom is here too. God bless you.
Those we've lost to suicide: Christopher Georgia, Matthew Perna, and Mark Ungst. Rest in peace.
Suicide. Can't take it. A lot of pressure. Unbelievable.
And
we don't mind about freedom boy, which I've been to a few times. There's Mickey and Cole now. Tomorrow night, next guys, everybody knows it's correct. Tomorrow night, you'll have that. Tom will be back there with Tammy.
You can see the church.
Just a couple minutes, this is the phone call.
All right, I'm gonna read it to you, because of course I copied this one down, but of course, this one says, a large complex detailed hierarchical report on presidential election fraud, which took place in Georgia, is almost complete and will be presented by me, or myself, at a major news conference at 11 a.m. on Monday, this Monday, in Bedford, New Jersey. In Bedford, New Jersey. Based on the results of this report, which charges should be brought against me and Trump. There will be and after those that repeal it, they will after those that sponsor. On Monday, Eastern Time, there will be a report that is going to be broadcast by Trump about audio. the one person from the Washington Post, I believe, that was there was very disappointed in that. She was like, oh, she thought all us J6ers and people would be PO'd. That Trump was brought into this. And we're like, no, it's about saving time. He's the man. He's got the power to seriously dig into what it is that needs to be brought out, which is the truth. Anyways, I'm going to hop on my soapbox, pull off my earphones, and get to it. So hold on. Yes, I'm coming.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we won were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Woo!
They're all trying their best.
Hey, welcome to the zoo. I just threw off the zoo is in the area. The zoo is out there.
There's a lot of reporters there tonight. I see all the cameras. They'll be coming. There was a strong guy.
Trying to connect the two together.
Huh?
Who's calling now?
That's Jeff Sable.
Jeff Sable, that's the same gentleman.
He's a geologist. Colorado.
They're paid. They're paid to do this. Anyways.
You hear the sirens in the background. That's not the police, that's Antifa.
Starting tomorrow is the Wind Channel Summit. And we're going to read this right.
Blocking the sound from these guys across the street.
Elections immediately, August 16th and 17th. It's Lindell, talking about the security election. It's a few days and you can register for it at lindellevents.com.
So the prisoners, they find out the information themselves, they move junkies, they're finding out. So this gentleman fills us in at the end of every day what he is and what they know, and then they try and share back what we know. That's how they find out.
And the rumor that we heard is that the world won't be the same after the 18th, which is Friday. So something's going to happen on Friday. We're building here. 2.5 years. That is what I have.
Singing it every night. You still love America? That's the hard part. Keeping that so tired. Yeah, so what we were explaining is that the prisoners, the Antifa calls up the telephone and interrupts with these beeps. That's what we were hearing before. That the opposition, they're across the street. Now usually, my brother and I went down there a few times and we bought these large blue walls that separated the hospital rooms. We just happen to have a couple thousand of them in a warehouse. So we brought a couple of them down there to Freedom Corner. They set it up on a wall. They set up a wall between them. And as we sat there and everybody looked at me, I looked back at them and I said, see, walls work. Right? Because we shut them down. We could still hear them, but it was quite a difference. So I left those down there. They use them a lot. Nicole's car is up here. We just put a new rack on the top so Tommy can get them down to Freedom Corner so we don't have to be drowned out by these idiots. But surprisingly to know for an insurrection, this is what bothers me. It's an insurrection. There was no weapons on our side. The only ones that were murdered and killed were Trump supporters. Nobody died. The AOC, she was so threatened 25 miles away. Yeah, we're going to stick around for one more song. It's the song with Lee Greenwood about loving America. God bless the USA. It's a beautiful song, and I really like the song. And the guy that made it, maybe he's not so nice, but that's all right. He's got to answer for his own when he goes through life. But he's still got a great song. Love everybody's Christians. How about my friends with that song? I think that's going to be like #1. Awakening. It's great. A couple of good songs. So that's Mickey Wyckoff. Her daughter is Ashley Babbitt. And I know from talking to Mickey that she started this thing going down there because she had a dream. She had a dream that if her daughter was alive, she would be there fighting for these people that are in jail. So that's why she did it, right? Does anybody know that? That's why she did it. And she's never seen it happen. I've seen it. I watched it over and over, and I see how terrible and how disgusting it is. She'll be here tomorrow, and she doesn't want to see her daughter get murdered. She doesn't want to see it on TV. She doesn't want to hear about it. It's very hard for her to deal with. But if you look at it, you can see the setup. And I want to know, Tommy and Gary, you guys, I know if you were involved in this side. I know you got so many great videos. But there were 3 cops up there. They were young kids. They were standing there on really shabby uniforms, not really standing there well. And they walked away. Somebody gave them the signal. I seen him. He tapped his buddy on the shoulder, and they walked away from the door where that guy Bird was standing behind there with his gun already locked and loaded and ready for the first one coming through. Then Antifa started smashing the window, and Ashley punched one of the guys in the face, knocked his glasses off, and said, "This is our house, don't do that." But for some reason, they were able to push her through that window where she was shot. As soon as she came through, she came back on it, and they didn't even treat her right. They didn't address her wounds. They didn't take care of her. They dragged her down the stairs upside down. I'm not going to say that tomorrow when Mickey is here, but I'm telling you right now, they don't care. This was a setup from the beginning to the end, just like Russia, just like the Ukraine, all the crap on down. How about the biggest lie of all? They killed us all. It's COVID. We're getting close. Okay, we're going to get ready for the last song. Please, everybody come on up right here by the TV and hold hands and pray together with this. It's a great song.
David.
Coming.
Come on, right. Can we put that up a little bit, Travis? Let me start. Look at this one over here.
in there, guys. We're going to do an interview with Frankie. Hey T-Pat, how you doing? Let everybody know we're going to be doing an interview with Frankie. He's got a lot of good information, a lot of stuff that we need to hear about. Hang in there, guys. Don't go away. We're not done. We got a really good interview coming up.
Yeah, times have changed.
We got David Zier here. Thank you, Dana. Let everybody know we're getting ready to be doing an interview. I'm going to wait for some more people to jump on after the vigil, but Frank is going to do an interview with us here. Get set up here. Oh, gee, Pat, thank you. He is busy talking, so as soon as he gets done, I'm going to give him a mic and we're going to let him have a conversation with us. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, I'd love to see it, Joan. All right, we can hear me? Good, good, good. All right, so we're going to get Frankie over here. He did a Zoom call when we were at the Missouri, J6 Truth and Light Festival, Truth and Light Festival. But we really didn't get to hear it because the network was terrible. So we're going to try to catch him here in just a few minutes and let him tell you about the things that he has found.
Well, you're right.
As soon as he gets done talking, we'll catch him and let him talk to you guys. I know he'll be doing an interview, I believe tomorrow also, but I thought you guys might just like to have a special little interview. It's a little loud. Just turn your volume down there, Timothy. If it's loud, turn it down. There's not much I can do about the volume on the mic. Yes, Frankie Justino. Yes. I'm not sure if I said that right, but that's the one. You done?
Can you over to grab a business card to get one there?
Oh yeah, I do need one to give to Frankie. Can you grab me a couple? They're under the seat. Under the seat, my driver's seat. Patience, patience, patience. I don't want to interrupt him. He is right there. So as soon as he gets done with this conversation, we will catch him.
So are you staying all 4 days?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I wonder if Joe will give me this chair. I really do.
It's a nice chair.
I like
It almost looks like it could be a toilet too.
Oh yeah, if you opened it up.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I'm doing good, Debbie Robinson. I'm doing real good. Lots of good stuff going on here. Lots of people to meet. I got several people to sign the T-shirt that I bought to auction off. All right, so check it out, guys. Lots of signatures. David Summerall. I need to get, I don't know if I got Frankie to sign it or not. I'll get him to sign it. Joe the Box, Teresa. Patriot Podcast. Awesome. Third of its kind. Oh, third of its kind was, I didn't know third of its kind was Brooks. I did not know that. That's new. Now I know. And Freedom Jeffrey. I had no idea. I have not got an update from Helena. I did ask her to send that to me, but I will ask her again. Actually, I think I asked the wrong person. I will get a hold of Helena Gibson as soon as I can.
Thank you very much. Excellent. We really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
David Zier signed it, I do believe.
You guys are amazing. Getting out the door.
No, these aren't.
It's the ones I found.
No, my business cards are
That's the
small.
ones that look underneath there. So big ones.
No, they're in the box. They're underneath. They're underneath that stuff. Maybe. All right, I'm gonna go see if I can catch him here real quick.
They use that. So I believe it's very powerful.
Yeah. Oh,
Just a moment, guys. Just a moment. I heard my name.
Hey David, I'm Steve with the American Patriots. I wanted to ask a question. So you were streaming. What platforms were you streaming on?
YouTube, Rumble, Twitch.
Okay. So if you don't mind my asking, it looked like you had two phones there, right? You had a phone and a tripod. I'm just trying to understand. I spent my whole career in technology, but I'm not really an AV guy,
Right. Okay.
So how are you picking up the audio? Like when Tommy was speaking on the stage, and it was hard. So the audio, Cowboy Logic people that were hosting that, they could hear him fine, but the audience wasn't being played through. How are you picking up the audio?
I had a mic on Tommy that goes straight to my phone, and then I had another mic just picking up the audio in the room.
Okay, so you had one mic just picking up, like
right.
And so just like an omnidirectional thing. Then you had this on him, and you had two phones. So one phone was doing your video recording.
The second phone, I'm just watching and seeing what people are saying.
Okay.
Just kind of keeping an eye on things.
Okay. Hope you don't. I'm pretty
No
sure
no problem.
Understand. That's great.
Yeah.
Where's home for you?
Ohio.
Okay.
I've been staying in DC. I'm usually down at Freedom Corner. That's
Where you
usually
staying?
where
Where
I'm
you
at.
here?
Warehouse over in the office.
With Gary. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, nice to meet you.
You
Okay,
too.
thank you. And if you need anything I can be of help, let me know. All right.
I just need one signature from you. Have you signed my shirt yet?
I haven't signed your shirt, but I'm nobody. Did you get David Gier to sign?
Yeah, I got. I think I got David on there.
Yeah.
I was just getting everybody to sign it. I appreciate it. And what was your name again?
Steve.
Steve?
Yeah, Steve.
It's good to meet you. There we go. Thank you. Who did you? Yeah, you need to give one to somebody. If you want to find those streams, there's a card there. You'll be able to find. It's actually on my website. You'll be able to find all that stuff. Oh, you're all right. Okay. All right, just a moment, guys. I'm just going to let him finish up his conversation. Please continue to jump on. Getting some more signatures.
What about making set up your detail here?
Set up what?
Your detail thing, your 6.
Yeah, I could. I should have probably, but
Do it tomorrow.
I'll ask him. But he does that too, so
Yeah.
I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I know. Okay. David? You talking about David Zier? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. One moment, guys. One moment.
showed at my house and they laughed at us. Where is it? I don't know. I didn't know it was illegal.
The problem I had is I asked
We're getting ready to do an interview with Frankie here in a minute. I'm getting ready to do an interview. So that's what I'm doing, if you were wondering.
Well, I was very lucky. When I seen it on the day that he was wanted,
All right.
Thank you.
This is me, sir. Truth and justice. God bless. Thank
Awesome.
you, David.
Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate you.
down, and, you know, so they weren't on his wedding, like we thought they might. You know, they heard about, yeah, like that wonderful guy getting shot.
Oh, just recently. Right. But the Biden. Right. Yeah, I remember.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Do you want to do this now?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
We can do it now. Yeah. So.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I just want to give one more.
No, you're good. Yeah, just when you're ready.
Yeah. Well, I'll see in a minute.
Yep. All right, he'll be ready in just a minute, guys. He's ready, and he's got one last thing he needs to do. This is going to be a really good interview. Lots of good information about the judges and how he is the one who actually uncovered the fact that these judges have never actually done an oth.
God bless you, man. Thank you for
You
the
too.
live stream.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm USA. Great. Actually, I'm on YouTube too. But he's got YouTube. I got YouTube and Rumble. YouTube Rumble.
Cool.
I may take and clip your guys' singing out and just put it out as a separate video. That way.
There's a link too.
Do you have a name or nothing?
Yeah, Brett Rayo.
What is it?
Yeah, my name's Brett Rayo.
Like as a group or
No, it's
just?
just my name and then Charlie's name. It's Brett Rayo and Charlie.
I need to write that stuff down. That way I can put it on the. Yeah, here, let me do that. Actually, just
Instagram and stuff like that, or YouTube or
let's see, Twitter.
Instagram, Twitter. Instagram's like the best.
Yeah, I hate Instagram.
Really?
I have one, but I don't use it.
But yeah, my Twitter is BRETT. Charlie's Twitter is like hidden, but mine's BRETT. RA. And then IO, it's that guy right there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Praise God.
All right.
Charlie's kind of hidden.
I'm gonna send you a message, just that way you'll know who I am.
Praise God.
Awesome, man. I appreciate you guys. You guys did good. I was pleasantly surprised.
Praise God.
So that's awesome. Yeah, they were all asking like, "What's the name of their group?" I'm like, "No name."
Hey,
All right, I appreciate it, man.
hope you guys like the music. Go stream it. Well, how? I don't know. Just trust me. It's pretty good.
Right. No, you did great. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. God
You
bless
too.
you, sir.
Too. Take it easy.
Plus, he does
Keep it
detail.
up.
He does detail too.
He does what?
Detail.
Detail.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, nice.
Like signs and.
Stuff, yeah.
Like neon signs and stuff?
Well, yeah, that's my background. But I started doing like We the People decals for cars and
Cool.
trucks, whatever else,
That's great.
Whatever
so your
helps.
background's neon signs?
I've been in sign business for over 20 years, so
you can, like making neon signs.
I would have to have somebody make the glass,
Okay,
but
yeah.
the rest of it I could put together. Yeah, yeah.
It's awesome. I just bought my first neon sign about a month ago, so I should have called you.
Yeah, if you need work on, I'll take care of you. But yeah.
Good. I'll keep that in mind anyways, because we will need that kind of stuff more and more. So.
Yeah, and the neon's hard to do now because all the LED, everybody's, but I like the neon myself.
Yeah. People just normally use LED now instead of neon.
Yeah, they're making the you can bend it, do whatever you want to with it. Yeah. So, I mean, LEDs usually last 7 to 10 years without having to replace it. Neon's not going to last that long.
Really.
So.
What about neonsignsnow.com? Have you heard of that?
Uh-uh.
It's like I guess you haven't heard of it, but I was like, neonsignsnow.com is where I just got the one I got. But
Okay.
I wonder if it's LED or neon. I don't know. Probably.
It's probably. I mean, if it says neon, it's probably neon.
Yeah, it's the same.
But so when all the neon guys, like when LED started taking over, yeah, it probably is. When all the neon, the LED started taking over, it pretty much killed the neon guys. Like
Yeah, it makes sense.
it's sad because that's all they did was blow neon. You have to blow the neon and bend it, and it's yeah, it really is. But yeah, between hanging from buildings, putting giant banners on buildings and stuff, yeah, it's pretty cool.
So you do?
I have. I got too old for that kind of stuff, but but when I was younger, yeah, downtown Columbus, I was all downtown Columbus and the tall buildings and stuff. Lots of cool stuff.
That's really cool. Are you from Ohio?
Yeah.
Nice, cool. Have you heard of Cleveland Street Preachers? All right, well, speaking of Ohio, here's a card for you. This is just a YouTube channel that a mentor of mine has in Cleveland.
Okay.
But it's like, if you want to check it out.
Did you mention this earlier? Somebody mentioned this to me just recently.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't think it was me, but that's really cool.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
He's a mentor of mine. He has like 150,000 followers on YouTube now. And
Oh, wow.
He's just doing good things.
Great. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I like to get in touch with, it's always good to network with people. Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to check that out.
Nice meeting you. I heard we're going to get a key out here. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. I'm trying to get an interview with Frankie here before. That's what the viewers are waiting for. So.
He's the one with the red hat.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the one that found out that the judges in all the J6 cases have never actually taken an oath. Yeah, it's pretty big. Right.
Like legit knowledge too.
Right. Yeah. And when he asked one of the judges about it, he wouldn't answer him.
That was it. It's pretty big.
Yeah, that's definitely big.
Pretty clear what's going on.
Right. It's nonsense. You just waiting on me?
No, we're I gotta get this one more person. That's it.
Yeah. Well, that's you.
Might be here.
They want to use
God bless you guys.
Yeah, you too.
Here's a link on Rumble. There's a link there for.
Well, the card will direct you to my website, and then everything else is on there.
Yeah, part of the one, the J6 one, release, the new release one. You have in your.
Oh yeah, the new documentary. Yeah. Yeah, there's some good stuff in there, but there's some stuff I would like to correct. They didn't get it all right, but they got a lot. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I appreciate it. Keep it up. Yes, it does.
Super informative, but this is if you check out that website, it'll show you an app that we're launching in 2 weeks too.
Okay.
So if you get the chance to check it out,
Yeah, I will.
that was great. It's like eventually I'd like to have your stuff on there. In the beginning we're gonna be like super choosy, like we have to like be careful about how much content we put on and stuff, but down the line it'd be nice to have your
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, I mean, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
You check your message on
Yeah,
Twitter?
yeah, I'll check
Okay,
it.
I'll send you one because it's good for us to share each other's stuff out. I mean, that's how we're gonna do it, right? I mean, that's what we gotta do. Yep. 1 second. No problem, buddy. Yeah, that's what we got to do. We just have to keep networking, and I think eventually these mainstream media and all this nonsense are going to go down. And
Disney Plus, they're
oh
Virgin
yeah,
and
oh
Netflix,
that's
all this
sickening.
nonsense.
Yeah, it's sickening.
You got a lighter on you?
Yes.
Gary needs it. Thank you, my
God bless
friend.
you, Jason. Thank you for having
He
us.
did,
I
man.
appreciate it.
Jesus is with me every day. Every day, you know it. That's he brought you to me, didn't he? All right, I'll see you guys. If I don't see you tonight, I'll see you tomorrow morning. We'll do it again.
Yep.
Right, you're not splitting tomorrow,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Do what?
You're not splitting, right?
No,
You're here.
I'll be here.
Oh, good. Nice job.
I'm getting ready to do an interview.
I'll meet you over too. Going
Okay.
in now. I'm gonna pop and I'm out of here.
All right. All right. You have a good one.
They gotta make them love it.
All right. I'll find it.
We have to get the
They're so nice to go with.
Yeah, that's a new one. The Magalangelo.
Get you now, go.
Give me a new what?
Get you Twitter.
Like that? You have to push these two buttons, the volume down and the power button. Yeah, volume down and power button.
Just reach out and
Volume down. There you go. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in my phone right now. Do you want to talk?
No, I was going to say, so I'm here tomorrow again, sure. So I know David wants to talk to you, but I didn't know when you were leaving too. Because I know you said
I'm here all day.
Okay, so you want to interview tomorrow?
Well, it's up to you.
Well, so yeah, because Dave wanted to do it, and then you wanted to do it last
Let's
night.
do it tomorrow. Okay, sure. That works for me. How you doing, man?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Nice to see you.
Good. Be good.
Do you know what time you're going to be here tomorrow?
I'll be here like about 12 on.
Okay.
I got to go record my show, and then I'll be back at night.
And at 7. Got it. So, okay, it'll probably be the same thing with me. So, 'cause
Yeah.
today I couldn't make it.
We'll catch up tomorrow. Okay. You have my card, right?
I do. I still have it. It's either in my pocket or at home. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Got it. Yeah, actually, I did text you already, I think. Because there was a video I wanted to watch. You might be interested in it. It's like 10 minutes.
What's your phone number?
631-873-6058. Perfect. Yep, and that's the video that I think is very relevant to my case, actually. I think it is. So it's 10 minutes. Trump shared this.
Yeah, I saw it and I read it.
Oh,
Yeah,
you read it? And
I
said,
did.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the most important thing to drop, I think, in the last
Hey, which
3
one
years
is
of this
that?
interview. That's what I was telling you about, David. The Dr. Jan Helper Hayes interview. This might just be a picture.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it tonight. I pulled it up yesterday.
Yeah, it's
I'll get it from
incredible. So Jan Helper Hayes, she was a task force member of the Department of Defense. So
Oh, wow.
this isn't just some person.
I heard that.
This is somebody Trump knew and Trump shared this
Yes,
information.
Junior put it out,
Yeah,
right?
yep. Donald Jr. put it out and set it up, and Trump endorsed it because he retruthed it.
Right.
You know, so that's super important. I think that's what's really going to change the tide. To be honest, with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna delve into that.
Yeah, no, perfect. And we'll talk tomorrow, however long you need. I know you just wanted like 10 minutes. You said, well, I'll talk as long as you need me to. So me and David are going to do the same thing. Good.
Awesome. Perfect. I don't know if they're trying to run us out of here or what.
Oh, are they?
I don't know.
Looks like maybe.
Fuck, I didn't know.
I don't know. I think we're okay.
Yeah. So, is this the lighting good for you? Like,
Yeah, this is my camera works pretty good. So as long as they don't turn the lights out on us, we'll be fine.
So how do you want to do this? Are you going to be with me in the shot talking, or is it just going to be me?
I'll probably just be. I mean, I've got my mic on, but I think we can just do you. I'll ask you a question.
Actually, do you care? Do you have time to? I mean, do I have time to pee really quick? Is
Yeah,
that cool?
yeah.
All right, so
Have
I do that.
Yeah. Did you sign this?
Thanks.
Hey, that's it too. I appreciate it.
One more thing, David. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. No problem.
I had like a canteen.
Just a moment. He's getting his stuff together, guys. Code yellow. He's code yellow. Yes, he did sign it.
I think so. You know, he was here after the election.
I go and I speak.
I sent you my number too.
DFW, they're once a week. And I question them where.
They want to sign it because nobody knows how to say my name. That's what-
It's all good.
Great
This
job.
is just for a fundraiser. So.
Cool. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. Nice to meet you, man. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great night.
You too. I appreciate you. How's everybody doing over here? Where's everybody going? You guys think I'm just lying to you? No, we are. We're getting ready to do an interview. It's going to be some great information. I hope you guys share this out, honestly. We need to make a clip of it and share it out with everybody.
Yeah. Tough situation. Maybe I'll see you on. I'll be here. Hey, how's it going today? All right, good? Good, good. I gotta go, story after this.
Magalangelo.
Now that we're down one range. Yeah.
But I saw the issue.
The night's almost over, guys. But this is a real this information that he is putting out is it's really unbelievable, honestly. Just to be perfectly honest with you, it's some great information. I think that he stumbled upon it. I don't know how he did, but it's really interesting how this has come out. I didn't mean to take your guy there, David.
No. I'll be here all day.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
Have a great night.
You have a good night.
I'm your ice here for you.
Hmm?
Tell me where your ice is for you.
Where the ice is at?
Right there.
Oh, okay. Well, good. So we'll just drive over here sometime
right.
and get it. Perfect. We'll see if we can get Summerall to talk to us for a minute. Hey, no problem. No problem. Yes, I'm sure. Diane, I'm sure. Right here.
Oh, it's my
Nope.
right?
Yeah, there you go.
So how do I just want to clip it properly?
Yeah, they pick up pretty good, so you're wherever,
just
just anywhere.
Gotcha.
All right, let me see.
I am sick to death of these politicians. I know everything. I got a book.
Hold on. Let's get him on. I think he's done. All right.
Stuck out the side door.
Damn, give me a stage. I'm gonna say everything.
All right, so we have. I can't say his last name. I'm not even gonna try it.
I can tell you. Just it means justice, actually.
Oh,
in
it means
Italian.
justice.
Yeah, Justino.
Justino.
Yeah,
So
Frank Rocco.
Frank Rocco.
Frank Rocco Justino. Very Italian.
So he's got a really interesting thing that he's been trying to get out, and we got a little part of it back in Missouri when we were at the J6 Truth and Justice thing. But I'm going to let him introduce himself, tell him a little bit about his story, and share the information that he has come across and researched and found out. It's really interesting, and I think it's going to be very impactful as we move into the steps of this next phase of the whole J6 situation.
Thank you. I appreciate it, David. So, yeah, my name is Frank Rocco Justino. Just like many, I was very bothered by what was happening in 2020. I'm a health practitioner. I'm an advocate for just overall wellness and decency. And when 2020 hit, we had lots of malfeasance and malpractice going on from all sorts of professions. We had family and friends turning on each other. We had a lot of division for all the wrong reasons, and just pretty much like a demo of what I would call tyranny. With the masks, the looming threat of vaccine mandate, and the political differences and the groups being targeted, one side that wanted lockdown, one side that did not. It was very clear that there was a bias going on in the country. And a lot of people who saw what was happening very quickly. I mean, the lockdown happened on my birthday. I knew exactly what was going on and what they were trying to pull. So I saw doctors break their oaths, medical practitioners break their oaths, hurt their patients. I was seeing police bending the knee. I was seeing police arrest people on charges that weren't really lawful charges, such as trespassing. When people really weren't trespassing, they were simply just going into a building, without a mask, without a suffocation device. And then you had postmasters that were messing with the mail and screwing with the mail-in ballots. And I've even talked with USPS from the inside members who have actually confirmed that that's what they think is going on too. So this isn't just some, people out there, crazy people saying that things are going on that really aren't going on. That was actually happening. So like many who appeared on January 6, 2021, those were my reasons. It wasn't even about Trump because I went into 2020 not even a Trump supporter. All right, I was not a political guy, but I did understand what right was. I understood what basic human decency was, and what I was seeing was not representing that. So I ended up supporting Trump. I loved what he was saying about chlorine dioxide, which is his quote-unquote bleach, because I was actually familiar with it for 10 years. I witnessed a man actually cure his own cancer using that stuff. So it works very well, and I actually saw him progress each week. So it was January 6th, like any other day. It was a really wonderful day before everything happens that we know of. A lot of different people, really diverse, great crowd, a lot of camaraderie, clearly different emotions going on because of what was happening. And it was really just a lot of passion and love, and it was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life, you know, bigger than any concert or festival or anything I've ever seen. And I tell this every time I talk about this. I saw a booth of Chinese natives who came from China, and they were warning about Chinese communism and why they support Trump right in the rally, right in the January 6th protests, right along the street. So you have people from all over the world supporting Trump at that point in a way that has never been seen before, you know, even outside our borders. Right. So I was one of the first people at the Capitol because I wanted to be there because I wanted to get ahead of the crowd because it was a historical moment. And, you know, like I kind of compare it to maybe, you know, as if I was going to try to get front row seats at a show or a concert or something like that. And when I was there, I have footage of me standing in the crowd. And I went there alone, mind you. I didn't go there with anybody that I knew. I took a bus. And it was us getting tear gassed before we knew it. We were getting gassed. People in the crowd, including myself, didn't know why we were getting gassed. We did see a small group of agitators all the way in the front that were doing this to the railing. They were holding the railing and they were instigating the police, but it was almost like an act. They were like kind of going back and forth. Right. So we're all looking at like, who are these black sheep? Who are these people that are acting like this? It was so clownish, you know, like anger over the election or not. It was just so artificial. And then the tear gas started coming even more. People were getting hit. I eventually got hit. It affected my lungs for like 3 days. And then before I knew it, things got really rowdy. It was like a mosh pit, and I almost got crushed at one point. Okay. I'm not the biggest guy. I'm strong, but I'm not huge. And luckily somebody in the crowd, you know, noticed that I was going down under, and he got, you know, people away from me. And there was a moment that I could provide David. I have these clips. It was from, actually, this one's from body cam footage where I'm getting in between police officers, the Capitol Police, and what could have been instigators, because it was hard to tell at that point who really was a Trump supporter and who wasn't, because there was clearly people there that they're provocateurs.
Definitely were.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I got in between them, and I was trying to tell the cops, please, 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 you know, we don't want to hurt you. Please stop talking about people that were there that day for the right reasons, including myself. And then I turned around to the crowd, and I looked right at who could have been agitators, and I said, stand down. So I was trying to stop the riled up crowd that day at that point. And a part of my story is now the prosecutor is trying to cut that footage in half, leaves out the part of me telling the crowd to stand down. And it is, you know, they're trying to frame me for that and trying to give me time for that. But the interesting part goes beyond that, because as David was saying, there's things in my case that I've found out and realized that I think should have a huge impact on the entire January 6th prosecution, and even make waves outside of January 6th. It should affect everything in DC. I think our entire judicial system. Mm-hmm. So to bullet point it really quick is they're framing me, first of all, as being an agitator when I was not. I was actually trying to tell the crowd to stand down. I was trying to create peace, basically, between the police. I would have been one of the only January 6th cases dismissed. So out of the 1,100 people that have been arrested so far, I would have been one of the only people to have a case dismissed. I think there's only been like 2 so far. Okay.
Right.
And I'll tell you why. Thirdly, I was told that official DOJ documents didn't exist when they did. And these documents were in the form of the oaths of office for the chief judges attached to my case. Okay, and I was told that these oaths did not exist in general. These written oaths, not
Wow.
verbal oaths, but written oaths.
That's wild.
Yep, and they ended up existing, and we'll get to that. And we have time, right? We have
Yeah,
time.
we have
Okay,
plenty of time.
Great. And then there's other things too. I have evidence of the USPS messing with my DC mail 3 different times. I have evidence of it. They lost a certified mail first, okay? Bad, but not the biggest deal because it was certified, it wasn't registered. The second time I found mail from DC coming to me that was actually opened. Like you could literally see it was teared enough to where you could open the contents inside and out and slide them out. And then the third time was the biggest offense where I sent a registered letter to DC to the Office of Information Policy, and they lost the registered mail letter. The last time they saw it was actually in another town near me, and I did my own little investigation. I opened a report. I pretty much got testimonies from the, just from talking to people in the USPS that I went to my local post office. I called, and they said that they have never seen anything like this. Like, this rarely happens in their 20 years of service. And they also, too, believe that all the mail service is going down. So that says a lot. People at the postmasters from the inside. And they said, you lose your job if you lose a registered mail letter. That's how serious of an offense it is. And just so happens it's related to, the oaths and on my case and everything like that, right?
Right.
So I was arrested by the FBI on a complaint, okay? And keep in mind, I have never had a criminal background. I have never, hurt anybody. I've never been in trouble with the law or any illegalities or whatever. And I had an FBI raid that was actually pretty calm. I was told by the lead task force officer, Officer Knapp, that because he was trying to calm me down because it was early in the morning and it was obviously, this was a year after January 6th. And he said, Frankie, you remember? Stand down. He knew. He saw the footage that I was trying to stop the crowd. Mm-hmm. So he was like, listen, we're going to get you back. You're going to be back home today. So it was like, don't worry, you're going to see your family again. Just do what we got to do. Okay? And then once that happened, time went on. Going back to 2020, it really sparked my interest in common law. And what common law is, it's basically real law. It's law that goes back to the founding of our country. And in contrast to common law is maritime law or admiralty jurisdiction. And this is coming out now more. It's law of the land, law of the sea. It's laws that treat people as people. And then there's acts and statutes that treat dead things or items as items. And over time, all these Civil War era legislation and constitutional law has been misconstrued, and it has evolved into the problem that we see today through the Federal Reserve and the founding of the corporation in 1871, which Trump dissolved within these last several years, and a lot of people don't realize that. So we'll talk about the Jan Halper Hayes interview, I'm sure, at some point in this. So with that said, I had the idea, because I was sick of people breaking their oaths in 2020, I got the idea and the suggestion just through educating myself that I want to get the oaths of office for the judges on my case. I wrote a 20-page letter that explains the reasons why, and I was going to have this filed on the record. Okay? Do you want me to read the whole thing? You just want me to allude to it?
If you want to, that's up to you.
Yeah, I'm not going to read all 20 pages. This is the important part.
Right.
So I was told by the public defender that I had, because I couldn't afford a lawyer, that he wanted to push my case up as far away from January 6th as possible. He wanted to see what other charges and sentences that other people were getting for their plea bargains, and he wanted to get me out of the experiment, we'll call it, okay? So I listened because, I just kind of felt, desperate and alone at that point as far as in a legal standpoint. Couldn't afford a lawyer. So we were pushing the case back, and as the case was being pushed away from the date of my arrest, which was January 11th, 2022, I FOIA requested, at the time, Chief Judge Howell's oath. And I did this because she was the only judge, aside from a magistrate, that had some kind of signature on my case. She signed off on discovery or something like that. So because she was the only actual judge on my case, I assumed that maybe I'd be getting her, so I FOIA requested her. And for those that don't know, FOIA request is the Freedom of Information Act. Okay, so anybody could do it. There's nothing wrong with doing it. Never have anybody guilt you into not doing it. You get a FOIA on yourself. You get a FOIA on your local officials, politicians, judicial officers. It's pretty much asking, to see their credentials, right? Or any information you want on them, okay, including oaths of office. So once we got to a year past the time of my arrest, I was told that I need to make a decision. Am I going to go to trial or am I going to plead guilty? Okay. And I was told, this is now January this year, 2023. So this is a year after I was actually arrested on a complaint, right? And that's very important. So keep that in mind. I was pretty much, I think, forced, and I didn't even realize it at the time as much until later on. I found out why. That if I did not take this plea deal, it would have been bad for me. Would have been bad for me and my family. Because remember, if I'm affected, my family's affected. So I was being told there's no justice in this system. That's what the public defender said, is there's no justice in this system. I was told that if I don't take the plea, I'm going to be put in front of a jury that is not going to like me very much, and I'm absolutely going to lose.
Wow.
Okay? That's true. I was told, and that's true, but he's telling me this.
Right.
And then, likely. And 3, I was also told that DC jails are not very nice. They're very inhumane. So I took all these things as threats. Right. Even though he might have been telling the truth, they're basically threats. So he's basically saying, if you want to not get jail time, because he's saying I'm not going to get jail time if I take the plea, then you should probably go with the plea. Because it's in your best interest not to piss off the judge or go to trial or something like that, because you're going to be in a place you don't like, okay? So clearly somebody who's in a highly politicized case, who is FOIA requesting an oath of office for that reason, is going to be somewhat intimidated by that, okay? Especially with no legal background. I was not as educated, even though I was looking into law stuff at that point. So I reluctantly, under duress, took the plea. And I did not know until later on, which we'll get to, that I did not have to take the plea. And not only did I not have to take the plea, I didn't have to go to trial. My case would have been dismissed with prejudice because the lawyer, whether he did it on purpose or not, and maybe he didn't want to look like a fool to the court, who knows, he should have dismissed my case with prejudice because I was arrested on a complaint and was not charged. I didn't know what that meant at the time, okay? Right. It's not my job to know what that means at the time, because he's my defense. He signed his signature on his notice of appearance as representing me.
Right.
So I found this out later on, that my case should have been dismissed. Record clear, everything. Now you can only imagine how that could probably make somebody feel.
Right.
Okay?
Absolutely.
And his family feel. I am not happy about that. So I'm, say it again?
It's your attorney, whether it's public defender or whatever, to act in your best interest,
Right.
not the prosecution's best interest.
Correct. And he was talking with the prosecutor that whole month about the guilty plea, setting it up. So
Right.
the prosecutor had to know about the lack of a charge for a year too, I would
Right.
assume.
Yeah.
Right? You can only
Yeah,
assume because they're talking to each other. It's a racket.
Yeah.
So that, legally speaking, is one of the biggest parts of my case. It's not even the biggest, but that is the biggest from a legal standpoint. That no matter what I'm trying to bring up in this case, no matter what reason they might have against me, my case should have been dismissed. Okay, and I could go back to my family and live my life, right, without this tomfoolery.
Right.
Okay, so, and I never use that word, so you know I'm serious. So basically, I had this FOIA request pending because I did not want to go to arraignment, a guilty plea, a sentencing, until I had this oath. Because I didn't feel safe. And this is what I wrote. Because I told, I'm going to back up a bit. So my FOIA request never was fulfilled, never got the oath. So I decided to finally bring up to the public defender that the oath I'm looking for. So he's like, let me look into the oath for you. He went to his colleagues and the prosecutor himself over the course of a week. And he emailed me back saying there's no written oaths of office. I confirmed it. He says, and I have it in writing. So I got receipts on everything, by the way. Everything I'm saying is documented. So there's nothing I'm saying, unless I specify otherwise, that's not written. So now I'm being told by the prosecutor, allegedly through the public defender, that there's no written oaths of office. Okay? So I told him, I don't know if that's true, because I'm pretty sure I've seen them before for DC judges. I got to look for them again because I've seen them before. So he's like, all right, if you find them, send them to me. So I said, listen, if I find them and send them to you, can I write a file on it too, and you'll file it for me? And you could tell he was really hesitant to say yes, but he said yes. I said, sure. Yes, sure. That was over the phone. That part was not written. So I write up a 20-page letter. And now this is not 20 pages. I'm not going to read the whole 20 pages to you because most of it is actually pictures. Because in the 20-page letter, I talk about my efforts to get the oath FOIA request and how the USPS lost my mail and everything. So I actually documented that in the letter too because I wanted to show the court just how hard I was trying to get this damn oath.
Right.
Not to stir the pot, not to piss the judge off, not to piss anyone off, but for my own defense because that's my right. I'm hitting the mic. That's my right because if you want to feel safe with any kind of professional, right? What do they have? They have some kind of license or oath, right? And there's nothing wrong with you asking that. They ask for our credentials all the time. I mean, they're asking me before even proven guilty to submit a bank statement, my employment status, my surveillance every month. Sometimes they'll come to the house randomly. I mean, they're doing this to January 6ers like me before anything's even really solidified. So it's bad that they do that, but I mean, it's good they do that, but it's bad that I suggest the oath because I was suggested by the public defender that if I ask for the oath, I'm going to piss off the judge potentially, and that's like asking for his papers. And he says that the judges have oversized egos. Again, this is all in writing. Okay.
Wow.
So it's like, who cares? Like, it's your job to uphold the Constitution and represent a court of law fairly, impartially, right? So it's bipartisan, right? And I wasn't seeing that, and that's why I was getting the oaths. So I wrote this letter, and I said, can you please file this? And I'll tell you what happened next. I've been told by my attorney that he and the prosecutor believe that I am unable to receive my request for any judge's oaths of office in written form before the court prior to my arraignment hearing, where I will be given options to plead or go to trial. Due to the nature of this plea bargain, I am expected to make this decision in accepting a sentence without knowing the exact extent of what I should be ultimately receiving. Therefore, I am extremely uncomfortable signing anything without knowing the verified qualifications of the court first, presiding over such a sentencing process that will determine the outcome of my situation and my life. This has put undue pressure on my right to view and request a properly certified oath of office for Chief Judge Howell during the months up until very recently that I've spent without a judge yet assigned to me because I had not been arraigned. So, for those that don't know how these federal plea bargains work, they give you a guideline. So they could tell you that your lawyer could tell you, your attorney could tell you that, this is two different things. Your attorney could tell you that you're not getting any jail time, but if the plea bargain says you get a maximum of 6 months, they could switch that around on you last second. Because I'm hearing all over the place tonight, yet last night, from other people that these public defenders are turning on these J6ers last second. They'll tell them that they're not going to get one thing and then they get the other. So this is exactly why I felt uncomfortable here, because I'm supposed to accept the plea that I don't know it's not a bargain. That's not a bargain. Mm-hmm. Before I make my choice, please see my good faith effort in order to acquire the oaths of office for judges, the oaths of offices for the judges on my case, and not to mistake this demand as combative towards anyone in the justice system. As stated in my FOIA request, this is intended to improve the justice system through public understanding of the operations and activities of the federal government in order to fully comprehend the nature of the judiciary and judicial officers presiding over these hearings. I believe I cannot be arraigned until I understand the nature and cause of the prosecution in court, so it's only appropriate that I can be informed about any fidelity bonding, fidelity means trust, regarding said judicial officers. So an oath is a fidelity bond, or you can just call it a bond. It's a contract. It's a trust bond. You trust the judge with the oath, he trusts you back. Pretty simple math. And as you can tell already from this paper, I'm being very nice. I'm being very respectful. I am providing evidence of my due diligence below with my good faith attempts at FOIA requests mailed to the Department of Justice, the first copy of which was already acknowledged by the USPS to be stuck in transit despite a USPS tracking number delaying my request. This was after my request attempt to FOIA online, which was deemed improper. So I had trouble FOIAing online, that's why I mailed it physically. It's probably better to do that anyway. Yeah. A follow-up second FOIA request for the Department of Justice was needed to replace the first. A mailed FOIA request was also sent to the Office of Government Information Services, which was suggested by the Department of Justice's own information policy in their response letter to me, to aid in the search of the oaths I'm looking for. In addition, I provided 2 examples of written oaths of office to show that they exist outside of a verbal oath. So I'm being told there's only a verbal oath, there's a written oath, and the Office of Information Policy, they told me, because they responded back to me about Howell's oath of office, that this is unusual that you're asking for this, so this might take a bit more time. So when you FOIA request, by statute, if I remember correctly, they need to respond within 10 days. And if they can't get the request to you within 10 days, it's unusual circumstances, it gets put on a complex track. That's what happened with Howell's oath. So they said, this is unusual, you're asking for this judge's oath, you might not get it as quick.
Wow.
So I made the attempt, and everything's about intent. My first online attempt below was deemed improper. This led me to writing my FOIA request in an effort to finding the proper written form of the oath of office to validate the court through judge fidelity bonding. Exactly what I just said. And then this is the end of the letter. Here is proof of the existence of written oaths of office, which I attach to the bottom of this letter. And I'll actually put it right here. So I'll hold these up in a second. So here's the proof of the written oaths of office, which at this point I'm being told don't exist. With these 2 in particular being from the DC USDC. These are not unlike the oaths I've been trying to obtain. In order to verify the fidelity bond for the chief judge who signed off on my magistrate case, for example, I would need to see a written oath in good faith. I have very recently been told that the oaths like these are unattainable or non-existent, despite my efforts for months. I believe for this reason especially, time should be given in order for them to be provided to me before arraignment. To reiterate my honest-to-God sentiments that I've hopefully made very clear, I've been told through the word of my attorney who has been inquiring about the oaths with others in his field that the prosecution that there are no signed oaths for office, only verbal. And then I boldened, genuinely and respectfully. Okay, made that very clear. So I'm trying to be cordial with the court, right? Not saying I'm a political prisoner, not saying anything like that in this document, right? Very nice in the beginning. I am speaking, I've been nice the whole time, really.
Right.
I am speaking this on my behalf. Genuinely, respectfully, I'm speaking this on my behalf because if I am to plea bargain for a sentence that I wouldn't know the exact extent of at the time of arraignment, even with my complete lack of criminal history, that I feel that's what makes this uncomfortable for me to sign off for on my rights, waiving my rights. Without a documented validation of fidelity bonding currently in my possession through a judge that presides over my case and upholding the Constitution, I'm simply now asking for these requested oaths of office as a means of tangibly lawful assurance for me that there are no biases in the sentencing process within these highly politicized cases before I make any decision. I believe that a fair, reasonable, and inoffensive right to exercise as an American who is newly in a court of law. I believe it is a fair and reasonable and inoffensive right to exercise as an American in a newly court of law. I would be willing to make a much more educated decision before arraignment if these written oaths are provided to me in such a duly manner. For these reasons, and for all the reasons I've stated in this letter, I feel that my rights cannot be protected while deciding before a court to enter a plea bargain until the proper oaths of office are visible to me. I am bringing about the attention of the court to these oaths, and I've made many proven good faith attempts in this letter as shown above, with the intention to verify the fidelity as well as the judicial system. The fidelity bond of the court through the judge's certified oaths of office. It's my due responsibility to myself, as well as the judicial system, that I'm sure I am comfortable and feeling safe before an honorary American federal court of law and its honorable judges, above all else, prior to agreement. I want to be certain that the court's qualified judicial officers are acting on my behalf of everyone's best interest in order for me to make the best decision towards the own right that I have for the defense of my health, my well-being, my life, and my future. Thank you. Frank Rocco Justino. Okay? That was only 2 pages, probably sounded a lot more. It's kind of hard to see in here, the lighting. But as you can see, that sounds pretty good. And I don't care who reads that. I said nothing in there that was inflammatory. I said nothing that was political. I'm simply somebody who said, I want to feel safe. Because I did not feel safe. And I spent all night writing and completing the whole letter. So I gave this file to my public defender. And what did he say to me? I can't file this. Oh, and by the way, the letter had these 2 oaths at the end of it. So this was actually the first time my public defender said he saw written oaths of office. That's what he told me. Wow. He said, whoa, I guess there are written oaths of office. That's what he told me over the phone. I guess so. Whoopsies. So I provided, this is Davnie L. Friedrich. She's actually also a J6 judge. She's on the DC court, right? So I had this, I found this oath, I have this oath. Okay, I used this as an example. And then I have her witness, Thomas F. Hogan. Okay, so these were both in the file I just read to you. And he said he can't file this. And I said, why? He said he'll face sanctions. He said he'll face sanctions if he files that letter. Wow. Now, where in what I just read to you should a judicial officer face sanctions? Why would he get in trouble with that? And he says, well, it's like asking the judges for his papers, and it might not be good for you at your sentencing. So because I'm protecting you, I can't comfortably file that letter.
Yeah,
so what does that say about the system? What does it say about the judges? If that would piss off a judge, and that would make a judicial officer feel threatened, what does that say about our whole system? Okay, it says it right there.
Yeah.
So I was offered to get a different public defender, even though it wasn't guaranteed. Or he would go off my case, or I would just have to suck it up and go to guilty, go to the plea. So I made a very tough call. I decided, for the best interest of me and my family, what I thought at the time, because me and my family feel very differently now, that I'm going to take this plea and put this behind me. Because that's what the whole intention was. Put this bullshit behind you. Listen, I support the movement. I support January 6th, the parts of it that were nonviolent. I support Donald Trump. I support the people of the American Republic that truly want the best for the whole country, not just themselves, but the whole country, and to live in our sovereignty. But, I wanted to get out of the blast zone, and I thought I was being given an opportunity where things seemed otherwise hopeless to a lot of January 6ers. So I'm like, all right, I guess, I'll live to fight another day. I'll take I'll take the plea, and they were basically with a wink and a nod saying no jail time.
Right.
Okay. So things get very interesting here from here on out, and it's not even about January 6th anymore at this point on. Okay. And we're giving a lot of details, so you let me know.
No,
if you
you're
want
good.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
We're good. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because like I said, I got receipts on everything.
Right.
So something else I didn't realize until later on was that the same day they had me do the plea bargain was the same day they pretty much had me accept the plea bargain. So I was rushed into the whole thing. So you could see that they didn't charge me for a year, and then all of a sudden the lawyer and the court was getting really quick at like, oh, we gotta get you to a decision now, out of nowhere. They took their sweet ass time for a whole year to get me to any kind of plea, and all of a sudden it was urgent. So there was a lot of issues with this. Not only just telling me that there were no oaths, not even just telling me that I basically have to take the plea or I'm going to suffer for it, but also making me sign things that I didn't really want to sign because I was under duress.
Right.
And didn't give me any time to make a change of heart in my decision, because the guilty plea was literally, that it was that day pretty much.
Yeah.
So
they try to pressure you real quick.
they were trying to pressure me real quick into signing something I didn't want to sign.
That's
right.
what they do. Yeah.
And something else that's interesting too that I found out is that my plea deal was never put on record.
Interesting.
Very interesting. And I was told by somebody who helped me very recently, a pro bono attorney. She told me very interesting things, two very interesting things. First of all, she's the one that found that I was not charged for a year. So I really appreciate her for that. She was able to get my sentencing date moved because of that reason, because that very big flaw, which I think is a fatal flaw. Secondly, she said that typically that's reserved for FBI informants when there's no plea on bargain, usually like secretive cases. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not an FBI informant. So whatever the hell reason they had to not put my plea bargain on record, I don't even know. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Because the way I see it, how could I go to sentencing for a plea that's not on record?
Right.
And how can I withdraw a plea that's not on record? So like there's if it's not on public record, I don't believe it really exists. No matter what they tell you, no matter what they say you signed, if it's not on public record, that is strange.
Yeah.
And that could be used against you in any way if it's not in public. So I don't trust it. Okay. So I am now just kind of in limbo. We set up a sentencing date, and I'm just waiting now. And I was told I could even delay the sentencing date even further if I wanted to, which I did. And remember the FOIA requests that I submitted, right? The FOIA requests, and keep in mind at this point I had Boasberg assigned. Okay.
Yeah.
So I decided in that lull period, that time period, that I was going to FOIA request the judge on my case now, which was Boasberg, James Emanuel Boasberg, and I included the search for his oath with Howell's oath that I now did months and months prior. So it's been a while since I even heard anything about Howell's oath. And at this point, the lawyer knows about my FOIA request, so he actually even said to me in writing, if these FOIA requests are important to you, I encourage you to FOIA request the oaths of office for the judges on your case. He encourages me. Okay, that's what I did.
Right.
I FOIA requested the judges on my case. He's encouraging me, okay? And he gave me the statute that the oaths need to abide by and everything. I asked for discovery. I asked for transcripts. I asked, and he asked me for a pre-sentencing debrief, okay? None of these things happened. They were never accomplished. I saw the discovery footage of me telling the crowd that was riled up to stand down, who I thought were agitators. In his office, I really wanted that copy. I wasn't getting it. I wasn't getting anything. So a bit further in April, there was a article that came out of a firm and an organization called vaxchoice.com. And this is Lisa McGee and Todd Callender. And Todd Callender is the founder, the attorney of the firm, the main attorney. And they help each other. Lisa McGee does the researching into things. Right. They've helped a lot of people with vaccine-related, issues with the mandates going on. And they were doing something similar to me, where they were FOIA requesting oaths of office. And what they found was that in April, and this is from April 14th, they have an affidavit, and it's a writ of I hate Latin because I always screw it up. A writ of quo warranto, okay, that they submitted to challenge public office, officials, right. And they found that all sorts of officials, including Merrick Garland, who's hot right now, and with what's going on, is either missing or has a defective oath of office.
Interesting.
So this is what they actually did. You can look it up. And there's an article on it, and this is their affidavit. So this is Vax Choice, and this is the list here. And there's a bunch, including Kamala Harris, missing an oath or an improper oath. Okay, so this was their work. So there's already stuff going on, about this oath stuff. I'm thinking about my own oath stuff. Like, I FOIA requested. I'm not holding my breath. I'm expecting to never see these oaths ever.
Right.
And then a couple weeks after this article, actually, even. And a few days before my original sentencing date, before I got pushed up the first time, I received from the Department of Justice in certified envelopes 2 oaths of office with final responses. So it's telling them, how they went about doing it, and it was provided to me, and I had them in my hand. So I had Howell's oath, and I had Boasberg's oath, which is right here. So these were right from the Department of Justice. Now, remember, I was told by my public defender and prosecutor that these did not exist. Okay? So no matter what I say from this point on, keep that in mind. I was told that these did not exist. All right? Boasberg, Howell.
Wow.
Okay? So apparently these did not exist until very recently, according to my public defender and my prosecutor. Now, I want people to wonder why. How could they get that so wrong?
Right.
Including the DOJ prosecutor, where these oaths come from.
Exactly.
Very suspicious, right? So I have these oaths now. I'm very happy about it. I have a bond now to the court. I have something to hold their oath up to, and how they're going to work with me, how they're going to protect my rights, right? And how they're going to sentence me. And I tell the public defender, I'm ready to put these on record, please. This was my intention. The whole point of getting the oath was to put it on public record as a good faith bond. The show almost like a treaty, right? And maybe I even thought Boasberg would respect that I was doing that. And as soon as I started pursuing him to file on record, even with him encouraging me, he started ignoring me. And I didn't hear from this man for 5 weeks. Now keep in mind, I have a sentencing date coming up. I didn't hear from him until a week before my sentencing. No preparation.
Nope.
No pre-sentencing debrief.
Nothing.
No pre-sentencing recommendation. No sentencing memorandum. He prepared none of those things.
Wow.
A week before sentencing. Could you imagine that?
That's
So why? Why is the public defender all of a sudden ignoring me because these came in, including pretrial services? They started ignoring me a little bit too. She was also being strange. And I requested that they reach out to my public defender, and I don't even know if they really did. They say they did, but I don't know if they really did.
right.
So it was very highly suspicious, okay? So I'm kind of freaking out now. I'm trying to, go through stuff with family. We're going through a move, and life is busy as it is. I'm feeling the anticipation and the anxiety of the looming sentencing, and now here's this public defender that's not even around. Okay, so I took matters into my own hands, and I took the oaths. Document 36 on case number 29 CR 16, and I submitted my first filing on my own into the court. I did it around the public defender because he was not doing it, and I didn't want to wait any longer for it to happen, because now already a bunch of weeks passed, 5 weeks. Okay,
Right. Yeah.
because when you have something on record, it gives time for it to ruminate on record. It's if it's put last second and things happen, it's like whatever. So I also terminated him on record. I said, I'm now pro se. This is BS. Okay, he's ignoring me. Here's the oaths. Very simple.
Right.
He could have done this in 2 seconds. Wasn't asking for a freaking story, 100-page filing. It was literally a few pages just showing the oaths and my intent.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where things got a little strange, even more strange. Now, we have the information out now about the oaths either missing or being defective. And the same group, Facts Choice, has been seen on interviews. And the one I'm referring to is Mike Adams, where they're talking about how they FOIA requested just like I did. And they found that a lot of these judicial officers are just acting like judicial officers. Because without an oath, you're not a judicial officer. You're not even an official.
Exactly.
And that's pretty mind-boggling for people to see. But I highly recommend that everybody looks at an interview by Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, who is a part of the task force of the Department of Defense and worked with Trump. And Trump re-truthed on his social media platform her interview that happened just recently, and it's a bombshell.
Yes.
And what she's basically saying is confirming what I learned about these oaths and what I've known about our history, our American history, our real American history.
Exactly.
And how we have been living in a dual system for at least 150 years since the Civil War. Okay?
Yep.
We've been, instead of treated like people, which is going back to common law, positive law, right? We're being treated like chattel. We're being treated like debt slaves to the Federal Reserve. We're being treated like property.
Right.
So when the Civil War happened, not only was there never a treaty, but everybody was made a slave. That's the tragedy of it all, is that we were all put under this kind of slavery under the Vatican and the Crown. So we had our 1776 Revolutionary War over British banking and taxes, and then we were roped back into it without knowing, because they had us fighting each other.
Right.
So the Civil War was controlled from both sides by the banks, and we know the Democratic Party messed with the Republican Party around that time. They lynched a lot of the Republican Party members who were actually Moors. They were dark-skinned. A lot of people don't know that. And they started the KKK, slave catchers. That's how the police force started. Going back to the Civil War. Hey, I don't make the rules. I don't make history. That's what happened.
Right.
And this is when things went really wrong. And then we started having, like I said, the differentiating between the jurisdictions. We had laws for people that were people, and then we had laws for things that would happen on the sea. There's a lot of trading. It was essential. We didn't have planes yet, obviously, so a lot of our trade was done on the waters, right? And it was very important, even today. So all this comes back to now, because what Jan Halper Hayes is saying on this interview is that Trump dissolved the corporation of the United States of America that was originally founded during that time, 1871.
Right.
Then the Federal Reserve in 1913, that was then bankrupted in 1933. Okay, so we've been paying off a debt using private credit and Federal Reserve notes, not knowing that taxes are actually voluntary, that we could actually be, and this is just going off a little aside, that we're endorsing a corporation instead of our actual treasury through our exchange, our money.
Yep.
It's not lawful money if you're using Federal Reserve notes. And this is important because this also applies to our justice system. What these judges are really doing is when you enter a court, you're a dead man. You're working off of your birth certificate, and your birth certificate, as soon as you're born, claims you as chattel. It claims you as a debt slave. It claims you as somebody who's not really living. And this all stems from what happened in the Civil War when they pulled the wool over everybody's eyes, because they were having everybody fight. So Jan Halper Hayes and Trump is literally confirming that Trump ended this before this Biden administration took over, right? So what we're seeing now is a fallout and the remnants of what I believe to be people that have thought they've had a good ride for a long time and they think they could keep it going, doing this to us as Americans. So on behalf of, me and the American people, I'm saying enough is enough. We the people are not chattel. We're not slaves. Okay. And this is what the whole awakening thing is. This is what humanity unifying is. Because I don't want trouble with the judges. I don't want trouble with this so-called court. I don't want trouble with any sort of political party. I want all of us to unify under one banner once again that this country was originally founded under. So Jan Halper Hayes is saying this in the interview. Okay, she's saying this about the Vatican, everything like that. So if you don't believe me what I'm saying, see her. She's actually going to be on another interview later this week, I believe, because that's how big that interview was. That's the most important story, and every single person should be covering that.
Yeah, they should be.
So what the hell does this have to do with the oaths? Well, what we know about Vax Choice's research is that they found defects, right? And I've tried reaching out to Vax Choice. Unfortunately, they weren't getting back to me on it, but they acknowledged, what I was trying to ask for and stuff like that, because I would love to work with Todd Callender, but whatever. None of these attorneys are really, coming out of the woodwork to really help January 6ers from what I'm seeing, which is unfortunate. But they said, Judge Boasberg, specifically, in their latest interview from May 26th on, Natural News, Mike Adams' show, they say, because they talk about their FOIA requests, that they got him back and it was defective. And they mentioned Boasberg by name. And Boasberg's my judge. So I should be a little concerned, shouldn't I?
A little bit.
I should be a little concerned that,
yes.
Right, that the chief judge now, who wasn't chief judge before, is now allegedly a fraudulent judge.
Right.
So that's information to me. And I tried showing that to lawyers, with the oaths. And nobody was hearing it. And not even all the lawyers, the attorneys, I keep calling them lawyers, it's two different things. Attorneys work more for like a bank than actual lawyers do. Lawyers do real law. And attorneys were either ignoring, telling me that the oath didn't exist. They were telling me that it would affect their other clients too much, so they can't address it, even though they were saying like, oh, we might be interested in it otherwise. Or I was just told that it was absolute bullshit without providing me an answer really why it was bullshit.
Right.
So what I've realized, I'm going to show this on camera, that this is capitalized. Okay, now this might not seem like anything important to the layman or any sort of person or even most attorneys, because they'll probably brush it off. But an attorney's job is to look at a contract for any defects, right? That's basically what attorneys do all the time. They read the fine print.
What part of it are you talking about? The So Help Me God?
So Help Me God here. See that?
Yeah.
So
you guys see that? The So Help Me God is capitalized at the end of that.
Yes. So Help Me God is capitalized. And now we're going to go back to the Civil War times. So this is significant because, first of all, anybody that says these Civil War rules around this time period don't matter anymore are lying. Because even Jack Smith, that's prosecuting Trump right now, is using Civil War rules against Trump. I forget which charge, but even they're using Civil War stuff. So anyone that tells you the Civil War stuff, 1871 corporation stuff, 1871 corporation stuff is BS. No, you gotta look further into our history. Okay, so there's something called capitis and I always mess up the Latin. We're just going to call it the capitis. Diminutia. I always mess up saying it. So you could also call it the capitum. Okay? And what this means in law is that how it used to be, when you change the capital letters of a name, you actually change the meaning. So we used to capitalize after the Civil War corporations, like businesses, slaves, and prisoners of war. Okay? And this all started with Civil War times. So what are those three things that have in common? Prisoners of war, slaves, and businesses, corporations. Well, they're basically property.
Right.
That's where it started. So there's legal significance to capitalization. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to bring forth here, because I was made to my attention, and I'm assuming other people found this too that have looked into oaths, that the DC judges, especially the Obama-appointed judges, changed their oath of office to "So help me God" capitalized. And this is the real law. This is the statute, and the public defender actually even told me that this is what it was supposed to follow, and I have that in writing too. He said it has to follow this. Okay? He didn't specify anything else, but he's showing me this. I'm only listening to what he told me.
Right.
So it says exactly what it says on the oath. To an extent, this is actually a combined oath. There's like two statutes in it. But for the section 453 part, it says "So help me God" in lowercase. Okay? So this is what it should be, and this is what it is. Now, let's say it didn't mean anything. If I ask a lawyer why did they capitalize it, I'd like an answer, because it is weird. Why capitalize just that one last section here? Why do that? Right? But they can't give you a proper answer. But I'm telling you, it goes back to what Jan Halper Hayes is saying about the corporation.
Yep.
So this ties into what Dr. Jan Halper Hayes is saying, and I hope she sees this, but because it would help everybody.
Yeah.
So, but the fact of the matter is, no matter what the context of them changing "So help me God" is, it's changed from law.
Right.
That's all that matters.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. Right. So that needs to be addressed, and because the oaths of office are not the same,
they can't sign the statutory oath of office, the one that they're supposed to. They can't be exactly the same, or they'll have to abide by their oath.
Yeah, and this oath is to uphold the Constitution, right? And so the thing about something else to say. So this is prescribed by Congress, right? So Congress can only make the changes. So you can actually see the last time this law was changed was 1990. They amended it, okay? So it's supposed to be prescribed by Congress under the Constitution. So representing the Constitution pretty much, you know? And because how the court was treating me, they weren't talking to me. I wasn't getting any answers about the oaths. I wasn't even able to ask questions about the oaths. I didn't know what was happening with my life, with the sentencing.
Right.
I decided to take matters into my own hands, and I disqualified the court on record. I refused the chief judges on case for, where is this? You could always edit it too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Hold on a second. Where the hell is it?
1 second, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for.
And then all this what they were talking about it confirms. And then when you get the whole day, nobody's looked at more than us.
I had Hal's oath. Where the hell did it go?
I thought you just had it a little bit ago, didn't you?
This one, the refuse for cause one? Okay. No, so I had, so see how like this is refused for cause?
Yeah,
I must have gave my last copy away. Son of a bitch. All right, it's whatever. So I'll just say Hal's, it's on my record.
Right.
It's on my record.
I want to get you to like maybe send me all this stuff so I can do like
you could do a write-up? Yeah, no, definitely. So, all right, so I'll start back. I'll just start. So what I did was I took matters into my own hands because I was being ignored and nobody was, I already said that part, you could, you know. I refused the judge in my case for, you know, cause for pretty much going against his oath, for changing the oath. I wasn't getting any answers on anything. And, oh wait, you know, one more thing, sorry.
No,
wait a second. Because I'm thinking in my head.
I will ask just a moment, Juliet 6. What was it? What are the facts? I'll ask him.
Where the fuck is Kavanaugh? Hold on a second. Wait a second, bud. Oh, here it is. All right, so I have examples of real oaths. Okay. So, all right.
I promise I've been to other events.
So this is a refusal for cause for Boasberg on my case and the Chief Judge of D.C. And I'm saying, listen, you are disqualified. You've broken your contract. This is my bond between you and the court. And if you're going to represent something other than what you're saying you are, because that's what I'm assuming because you changed the oath, then why should I comply? Why should I be guilty of anything? Why should I listen to you? Because clearly these judges are not treating us correctly. And you got to hit them where the law is, where it really matters to them. Because we could talk about how much they're doing to us wrongfully, but the truth is everybody needs to go after the oaths. They need to address the oaths of office for any judicial officer, because that's what happened in 2020. Everybody was breaking their oath. So just as an example, this is Justice Kavanaugh and a Trump-appointed justice. What do you see about that?
The "so help me God's" not capitalized.
Correct.
Interesting.
Rehnquist, who is also a justice.
Not capitalized.
Not capitalized. So clearly, there's some kind of difference going on.
Right.
And I'm putting pretty much all attorneys on notice that they can't ignore this for much longer, because either they're working for the American people and they're protecting our rights and they're protecting January 6ers, or they're working for the court. And I'm tired of seeing it. So I went, after I refused for cause, there's other things that happened that we could absolutely talk about another time too. But I had my sentencing date. First of all, the lawyer that was ignoring me came out of nowhere all of a sudden. Like, oh, sorry, I was busy. Right. So you were busy for a month and a half and you did nothing for me? Okay. Right now he's coming out of the woodwork. And he says, do you want to change your sentencing date to a status conference to discuss what you filed? Because these are on public record, okay? 23 Surah 16. The refusal is everything. And I didn't answer, and he changed the sentencing date anyway to a status conference. Okay? So he did that without my consent, because I easily could have said, no, don't change anything. So it's like, okay, they really want to talk to me, don't they?
Interesting.
Yeah. So eventually we made it to the status conference, and I reluctantly talked to them because I had my suspicions about everything, because everything's so weird at this point. The court's ignoring me, right, for weeks. So I sit down in the status conference, and the transcript is on my docket. And I'm told that, do you want to go pro se or not? I'm asked if you want to go pro se or not. And I'm like, are we going to talk about any of the stuff that I mentioned in my filings? Are we going to talk about your oath not being conforming to statute? And I said this to Boasberg. I said this. I said, are we going to talk about your oath? Are we going to talk about any of the other issues I've had, such as the lawyer ignoring me? Are we going to talk about the prosecutor trying to frame me for the stands down moment? Are we going to talk about any of that? No. We just wanted to get you in here to get you pro se and to set up a sentencing date. That's it. You don't have to, we're not going to talk about anything. The public defender lied to me once more, said we were going to talk about my issues, didn't talk about it, got rid of him, and I didn't even want to give the authority of that, but they weren't letting me go pro se, right, officially on docket. So I told them that. I said, listen, this is wrong, and I don't agree to any of this. So they set up a sentencing date, and that's when I had some legal help with getting the realization that this pro bono lawyer found, thankful to her, that Gary McBride and Joe the Box and Tommy Tatum helped me get linked up here to get my case moved, because she's the one that found out that I was not charged for a year. So all this business would have been not even existent had that happened.
Can you say again the attorneys that helped you or was it an attorney? It was a group, the Vax thing.
Vax Choice. So Vax
Vax
Choice,
Choice.
yeah, it's Vax Choice is an organization, and they work with Todd Callender's
Is there
law
a
firm.
website or something that they have, or?
They have vaxchoice.com.
Okay.
You could contact them there about any oath information. I'm sure they'll be happy to give it to you. Then Todd Callender has a firm, contact. I tried contacting Todd directly. I didn't get a response, even though Lisa did say that they would contact me if they ever wanted to, but I never got a contact, unfortunately. I would have loved to work with them. But regardless, they're confirming all the things that I'm saying right now. Right. And Dr. Jan Halper Hayes is now confirming this too. So this goes way back, people. This is beyond just 2020. This is beyond January 6th. This is literally what I believe, and I think many believe, that Trump is trying to do, he's trying to bring America back to a republic. In fact, he already has, but now we're seeing kind of the parasites, wriggle their way out of the situation, I think. So that's that. So they moved the sentencing date. They're trying to get me sentenced still, and it's just a decision, is it going to be a sentencing, or is it going to be withdrawing a plea? My plea's not on record, so we addressed that before. How do I get sentenced for a plea that's not on record? How do I withdraw a plea that's not on record? Why did they not dismiss my case? And this is a question I asked everybody else. If my case should have been dismissed, I'll ask you this, David. If my case should have been dismissed with prejudice due to the malpractice of my lawyer, my attorney, shouldn't that get rid of everything else after that, no matter what I did?
It should have disappeared.
It should have disappeared. But no, they said, nope, you went to a plea hearing. Too bad. Your lawyer screwed you. Too bad, you got to do it anyway. Yeah, I don't think so. So this is what's happening in these J6 cases. They are literally entrapping people, good people. They are using public defenders as decoys. That's what they're doing. And that some public defenders are turncoats for their defendants, either at the sentencing, before the sentencing, like in my case, which probably would have happened at sentencing anyway.
Well, another thing that I don't even know if anybody ever realizes this, but public defenders and prosecutors and judges are all paid by the same people.
It's a racket. They pass the ball. You're the ball, they pass you around.
That alone in itself is...
Yeah, it's a conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest. And that's why these oaths matter, people.
Right.
That's why the oaths of your doctors matter, the Hippocratic Oath, police officers, the post-mail service. I got to tell you, these poor post-mail people that really... people are surprised. The post-mail, they have a lot of, there's a lot of heart in there. They really... The post service is very important.
Mm-hmm.
I mean... When people lose mail, that's a very big offense.
Right.
If it's in certain situations, such as the registered mail being lost. So there's really good people who have sworn under oaths to protect the Constitution and protect the communities, and they're seeing people that are not doing that and going against that and getting away with it. Seemingly, I don't think they are. I think everything's one big sting at this point, because how can there not be? How can there not be everybody seeing all this go on and people not being held accountable?
Exactly.
So everybody's got to keep their heads held high. That's what I'm doing. The truth's going to come out. And my call to action for everybody, whether you're in a January 6th case or a DC case or anything, get these oaths on record.
Absolutely.
I've done the job. These are on record right now. So, all people have to do is take this oath of office, okay? Either my refused copy or the regular copy. Put it on their own case. Or, if you're media, press, like what you're doing right now, or even if you're an actual good lawyer, defend us. Actually defend the people. Do your job. Because I'm going to say history is going to look kindly on you if you do.
Right.
Everybody that's breaking their oath right now, including these so-called January 6th attorneys that are really turning on their clients. I mean, it's going to be, I think it's, and again, I don't want bad things to happen to people, but it's cause and effect. It's just going to happen. So really, we got to get these oaths everywhere. We got to plaster them everywhere. Get them on every publication, every J6 record, everything, because once you address this problem, even Trump will be in clear waters too. This is Judge Chutkin or Chukin. I always mess she's Jamaican. I always forget the, excuse me for, mispronouncing the name, but she also has a similar oath.
Defective oath.
Defective oath. And I wrote a little something We the people demand our God-given rights. Free Trump and the January 6ers.
Absolutely.
Yep. So that's that. I'll say a couple other things. You want to edit it in somewhere, you can piece it any way you want, but like, I'll read this to you really quick. Just gonna, because you could always put this beforehand, right? You'll know what to do. Yeah. I don't want to make too hard of a job for you. I'm just trying to give you as much information. So, saving to suitors clause. Article 3, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution designates original jurisdiction to the federal courts in all maritime cases. However, because admiralty jurisdiction referred to cases in rem, and in rem means property, or against a vessel, it did not allow a common law right to jury trial to sailors who wished to pursue a claim of ad personam. Ad personam means man, people, living things, or against a person such as his employer. Federal law added the saving of suitors clause so that the seamen or sailors could proceed with a case in state court. The clause of 28 USCS Section 1333 states the district courts shall have original jurisdiction exclusive of the courts to the states of 1, any civil case of admiralty or maritime jurisdiction, saving the suitors in all cases and all other remedies, saving the suitors in all cases all the remedies to which they are otherwise entitled. The Federal Reserve Act is private law, 28 Am. Section 35, because acts of Congress that charters a corporation is private law, also referred to as negative law, whereas public policy is positive law. So again, negative, property, positive law, people. Okay? Positive law is enforceable on the populace, such as traffic laws like speed limits, obeying traffic signs, etc. However, negative law is only applicable to those who consent to the terms and conditions. So everybody in the January 6 cases, including all the DC cases, have probably we could assume the last 150 years since this has all been going on. What they've really been doing is reading terms of services, just terms and conditions like you do on a website, and saying yes without realizing that they have a choice. You have a choice to say yes to being a dead entity, a property, and they don't tell you that. So this goes back, like I said, this goes back to our constitutional, our Article 3, Section 2 of the United States Constitution. And I'll end with this year. The Federal Reserve was chartered for 20 years, 1913 to 1933, which is the Federal Reserve Act, Section 4. And Federal Reserve notes were redeemable in gold, silver, or lawful money, which are United States notes. In 1933, the U.S. filed for bankruptcy, seized lawful title, otherwise known as alloidal title, of all assets held by Americans, U.S. Senate document number 43, leaving us with only the equitable title amounting to merely the right to use. The U.S. government also seized all gold and made payments in gold illegal. Because of this, Federal Reserve notes could no longer be redeemed in gold or silver and could now only be redeemed in lawful money. And this is partially what Jen Halper-Hayes was talking about on her interview of Trump taking the gold from the Vatican and bringing it back to us. It's all related to this. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So, any other questions? Yeah.
Do you have any way that a website or any way that they can support you?
So I do have a, it's called Go Send Me, right? Or Go.
Gifts and Go?
Gifts and Go, yes. I'm new to this. So I do have a Gifts and Go. Okay. I could give you the link. I believe it's Gifts and Go / Frank Rocco. So Frank, ROCCO. So, that would always be nice.
They've already found you on the AmericanGulag.org, so apparently they've already got the information for you.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, but go ahead.
When did they get that information?
There's something, let's see, Naomi, AmericanGulag.org, Frank Rocco.
Justino, Frank Rocco Justino.
Yeah, it's on.
Hey.
I don't know what all the information is on there, but go ahead and say the last part of the Gifts and Go again, just in case we missed it.
Sure. So do they have my Gifts and Go on there is what you're saying?
I don't know, there might be.
Okay, because that's fairly new. That's interesting. So, okay. So, and because I'm still getting all in touch with that. So my Gifts and Go is I guess it's Gifts and Go / Frank Rocco. So Frank ROCCO, and I'll give you the proper one if that's not the right one.
They'll find it.
Yeah.
Post it.
Yep. And yeah, any other information? You know, yeah, just look into what I did. You know, check out Lisa McGee and Todd Callender's work. I think they've done great work with the oaths. If you want to learn more about, you know, lawful money and, you know, the history of the Federal Reserve and how it's impacted the country and what to do about it, you go to lawfulmoneytrust.com. Lawful Money Trust.
That might have been the website they were asking about earlier. Lisa McGee and
well, no, those are two different. So those are two different websites. Yeah. So Lisa McGee and Todd Callender, their website is vaxchoice.com. So I'll spell it out for you. VAXX choice.com. And then separate from that, if you want to learn more about Federal Reserve notes, Treasury notes, how to redeem in lawful money, the history of the Federal Reserve, saving the suitors clause, stuff I mentioned, you could check out lawfulmoneytrust.com for information there. And I'm sure there's other great source of information somewhere else, but, you know, yeah.
They've got your Gifts and Go already posted.
Okay. Yeah, no, they sent me a prayer voicemail.
Oh, no, I'm talking about here on the chat. They've got you linked up already.
Oh, wait, is this live? Yeah. Oh, this whole thing was live?
Yeah, but I'll post it.
Oh, no kidding. Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know this was live the whole time. Yep, that's crazy.
We've been live the whole time.
Oh, Jesus.
They're great.
How many people?
We've been at average of 110, 120.
Holy crap. Okay.
Plus whatever's on Rumble. So there may be another 80 on Rumble.
No, it's funny because when I was going back and forth to you guys, like doing different takes, I'm thinking here the whole time it's being you know, recorded. Okay, that's fine.
But I'll edit it out and do a separate video.
Okay.
For the write up.
Yeah, that's fine. So I think we went over really everything that you know, just that's it.
Yeah, I think we closed it down. The last thing I need from you is a signature.
Sure. So what is just a shirt with all the J6ers on it?
Just the people here at the warehouse.
Okay.
So basically, this is going to be used as a fundraiser for keeping me moving.
Remember, Justino means justice. I told the court that. So, and listen, I want all of us to get along one day. I really don't like having enemies.
Absolutely.
You know, and I'm just simply defending myself. That's all it is.
Right.
So.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So do you want to like a message on it, or you want my name?
Yeah, put something on there so that people will remember who you are or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Whatever you want to put on there.
Okay, I know what I'm going to say. I know what exactly I'm going to say.
All right, so I want to go back and say thank you, Denise Green. Salute to getting the real truth out there. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Dana, for saying stay strong in the fight. Stay in the fight. Thank you. I will continue to do this. Let's see. There's a few more. Naomi, thank you for that super chat. Tammy Green, thank you for that super chat. And Steel City Gal, thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you. Really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I really do. I had no idea we were live, but thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So I think that's going to be about it for the day. You got anything else to add?
Anything else to add? No, and I want to be face to face. Really, thank you guys. I appreciate it. You know, like I said, let's you know, work on yourself. I really say that if we don't work on ourselves and we're working too much externally, we're going to miss the whole point of life, and we start getting blind spots, right? So, you know, speak your truth. Really make sure that you're not, you know, sacrificing yourself. There's no point to the greater good if you end up throwing yourself under the bus. So every single individual, every single American needs to fortify themselves, make sure they're strong enough and educated enough to then help others, change the judicial system from the inside out, change their communities. But most importantly, like I said, just really take care of your bodies, take care of your minds. And, you know, we're going to get through this. Trump, whatever he's got going on, I mean, he knows far more than all of us right now what's really happening, but I think it's all going to work out. You know, I've really put, I'm not saying I want to, you know, I have faith in Trump. So I really hope he does best by us. And if what Jan Halper Hayes is saying is true and Trump is saying is true, that the Republic is restored, we're simply going through some growing pains. You know, people, they gotta, I guess things have to happen a certain way. So just try not to, you know, get trouble where you don't really need it, and just do what you can, you know, to support yourself, your families, and your truth. And, you know, justice, you know, will prevail, and hope we have justice for all. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Everybody's saying, God bless you, Frankie. Wishing you the best. I've got another guy that does a show that wants to talk to you, so maybe I'll get your number if that's all right.
Sure.
With you. And we'll try to get that.
Yeah, I'll give you maybe my email, so that works. Yeah.
That's fine. We'll do that off of here.
Sure.
All right, guys. If any other questions, everybody good?
Also, well, one more thing I could say, David, if anyone wants these copies, I could send you oaths.
Okay.
I could send you copies of oaths. I could send you my filings, so everybody has a copy, and you guys could do whatever the heck you want with them. You could spread them, talk about them, file them onto record, whatever you want to do.
On my website, I do blog posts, and then I send out newsletters. So I think that I would like to do a write-up, add all that stuff in there, make it all one post.
Sure, I'll help you with that. Anything you need from me, and what I'm really excited to hear what Jan Halper I think is going to talk more about later this week, if that even is going to happen. But yeah, so enjoy the show.
All right, guys, I think I'm done for the night. I appreciate you all for being on here. Thank you guys so much. I love you all. Freedom Warriors, keep the pressure up. You know, we can't let them off. We have to keep the pressure on. You all have a great night. Freedom Warriors out.
It was good. I was not expecting to talk that long.